Hello. Hello, everybody. Hi, guys. Hi, everyone. Hi, everybody. Hi. Hello. Hi. Hi, guys. I should probably move the Christmas merch, huh? Should move it to the corner. To the corner. Bam. Corner placed. Oh, chat broke. Wonder what happened with chat. I'll see about fixing that. My apologies, guys. I hope you're all doing fantastic today. Hi, everyone. Hi, hi. Hi, guys. You guys ready for movie time? Movie time! Movie time! Movie time! Yeah, movie time. We got lots of stuff to watch. Time for Big Woman. Hi, Kane. Thank you for the 6 months. I appreciate you. There we go. Ended up fixing itself. Perfect. We love that. We love it when we're able to resolve tech issues, right? Hi, guys. I just pinched a nerve in my neck. Hold up. Hey, no worries. We'll be here. Take care of yourself. Whatever you gotta do. Movie time. So true. What's up, Sue? What's up, Divvy? Hi, Mage. Hi, Kane. Hi, Tsumi. Hi, Tree. Hi. Did I miss anybody else on the YouTube set? AC. A little while ago. What's up, Reki? What's up, Kaiser? What's up, TK? Hello, Ella. Hi, Pearlescent Luna. Hi, Rabbit Man. That's me. I'm a rabbit man. What's up, Echo? Hi, Candace. Hi, Thorn. How are you? Hi, sweetie. Hi. Apple. I've got apples out on the counter, but I wasn't really feeling an apple tonight. I had some food. You know, I had some food like literally right before I started stream. And I wasn't really feeling the apple. You know what I mean? What's up, Hell Alpha Wolf Girl? I'm Defecto Despresso. Wait, Depresso. There we go. Defecto Depresso Espresso. There we go. Hi, Izzy. I'm surprised you came back after yesterday. Welcome back. Welcome back to the stage of history. A tale of souls and swords, eternally retold. Sometimes we just need a little goofiness. Espresso's fine. I'll try to remember. I'll try to remember. Do you hate me? What? No. Me? I would never. I would never. I'm a good bun. I'm a good bun. I'd never. Hi, Jimmy. Thank you for the 3 months. I appreciate you. Yeah, movie time. Hey, Jensicle. Thank you so much for the raid. Welcome in Raiders. Hi, everybody. Hi, hi. Jen Raid. Hello. Welcome in, everyone. My name's Roy Chiato. Like a macchiato, I am a coffee-fueled bunny host. I'm a professional voice actor, and I love working out, in case you couldn't tell. Welcome, guys. We're going to be watching the retrospective video on Resident Evil Village today. So if you are a fan of Resident Evil, if you especially liked Resident Evil 8 Village, well, pull up a chair. The music changed. Yeah, we've got lots of different types of music. This one's a little bit more in tune for the holidays, you know? I figured it'd be nice. Arms about as big as mine. We do love some big arms here. You guys like big arms, right? Or should I keep them hidden? I'll keep them hidden if you don't like them. We can't take your shirt off? I wonder why. Is it like timed out or something? Bring them back. No big arms. Show me those guns. All right, all right, all right. Just for a little bit, though. Don't say I never did anything nice for you. Okay? All right, now I need some coffee. Now I need some coffee. I broke it by redeeming vest too early. Oh. I'm sure it'll fix itself soon then. We just have to play the waiting game. We probably just have to wait for the timer to run out, because I think it's a 10-minute timer, and then it should be okay. Yeah, yeah. Chami, thank you for the super. What does it say? Congrats on the merch drop, Bun Bun. Thank you. I'm really, really proud of the merch drop. We were able to make some really, really cool stuff. We've got keychains, we've got a button, we've got an art print, we've got an acrylic stand, and an acrylic 3D squish toy. So if you guys like the idea of, you know, maybe feeling a little bit of what this personality feels like, you know what I mean? Check it out. Awesome merch drop. Really, really proud of what we were able to accomplish. Yeah, yeah. I have coffee, hot chocolate, water, and apple and cheese. Wow, apple and cheese. That's a interesting combination. What's your favorite brew? That's a tough one. I really like dark roasts because I like some of the bitterness. I like the earthiness that comes from it, you know? Tonight's off to a strong start. Yeah, everyone's been so generous already. Thank you, guys. It means a lot. Thank you, thank you. I'm crying from happiness from the support. Oh, you're fine. Nice French roast or Italian roast. I do like that. I do like that. Sorry to switch topic, but did you see the chat summary on YouTube last night? It was grilling me? No. What did it say? Wait, I'm so curious now. What did it say? Cheese is for my sister for her sandwich. She's staying over for a sleepover. Oh, that's fun. Hope you enjoy that. It was flaming me. Did you deserve it? Did you deserve it? Did it tell a lie? It doesn't sound like it was untruthful. And we got the ears down. Taskaru. Yeah, for the art, for the merch drop, I think so. They deserved it? I think so. You hate me? Now, why would I hate you? But keep pushing and prodding. I would never. Me? Hate you? Never. Can confirm the summary was accurate. Let's go. Hey, we love that. We love that. Bun Bun has the sweetest community. They made me cry. Stop bullying the fairy with love. No. I don't think so. That's what the Dusk Bunnies do. We support each other. We have fun. We enjoy ourselves. We might be a little mischievous, you know, here at the Cup of Dusk. I'm an honest oomg. 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 What's up, Honey Lemon Q? As promised. Well, hi. Welcome back, honey. Hates me? Never. I don't think Thorn can hate anybody. Except me. It's so true. It's so true. But hi, guys. Welcome back. I hope you're all doing fantastic today. It's lovely to have a bunch of people here again. It was very fun yesterday to meet a bunch of new people. A lot of new faces, you know. Dusk floofs. Henshin! So true. So true. Aoya! Konbanwa! Hi! Welcome in. This might be out of context, but could you call, say honey in a smooth, silky voice? I don't know. That doesn't look like that's your name. So that might be a little bit of a tall order. Megane Roy. Yeah. Ore wa tensai desu. How's everybody doing? I hope everyone's doing fantastic. I hope everyone's doing well. Hi, Sakura. Welcome, welcome. Dusk bunnies, nice, mischievous, good-hearted, who threaten to destroy each other in Mario Kart. Good people. It's so funny, too, because I have the Switch 2, and I still have yet to actually play the newest Mario Kart, but it looked like everyone dropped it, which is kind of a shame. It's kind of a shame. I don't know what wasn't that good about it. I just didn't get the chance to play it. Tensai Roy, ore wa tensai desu. Ore wa soyoi desu. Doing good. Got stuff to make s'mores cheesecake for a holiday party. Ooh. Wait, that sounds tasty. I like the sound of that. I've got eggnog and snacks. I'm ready. Ooh. Eggnog? I could go for some eggnog. Hi, Sammy Whammies. How are you? Hi. Welcome in. The only beef we should ever have is over Mario Kart, Monopoly, or Smash. Yeah, not Street Fighter, or TFT, or League. Definitely not. No worries, Ella. We're glad to have you. Cheesecake yummy? I agree. Tsuyoi Roy-san, please explain the acrylic figure. I need it. Yes. So, for those of you that don't know, I'm going to grab an image of it real quick. Acrylic squish figure. I'm gonna grab a picture of it. That way it's a little bit easier for me to talk about. Oh, do I not have? Oh, I might not have a specific just picture for it. I'll just zoom in on the one that we have. Never mind. Bun, can you use your best pickup line? Why use my best pickup line when you're already right where I want you? Though, I guess I could pick you up if that's what you're asking for. Huh? How's that? Was that okay? Was that acceptable? All right, let me go ahead and zoom this in real quick. So, if you look at this, you'll see the coloring is a little different. You know? It's a little different. It's a little different. So that's because this is it is a squishy 3D acrylic figure. So if you touch it, it's got like a silicone like squish to it. So if that's the kind of thing that you enjoy, check it out. It's gonna be awesome. I'm really excited about it. I've never done a merch thing like this before. OMG, the man boobs. It's called personality. Come on. Yeah. Oh, yeah, they're not boobs. Oh, pai janai. Squishy bunny. That's me. They're called pecs and we love them. True. Dekkai kyokin desu. But yeah, so if anybody was confused about these, that is what this is. It is something that you can squish and grab and touch. It's 3D. So, how clever to sell stress toys. I think so too. But obviously we have a bunch of other stuff besides that. We've got this really cute keychain that is double-sided. One with the sweater on and one with the sweater off. And you even have a little dusk bunny here. Oh my gosh, they're so cute. And then we've got a normal acrylic standee. You can see it's got this nice little stand here, and it is double-sided. So if you want to, display a bit of muscle, or if you want to see it with the sweater, that is also there. Yeah, I've never seen a VTuber have merch like this. It's so interesting. Yeah, I thought so too. It was actually Kawa that recommended it. I think it was a really cool idea. And then the last thing, which I always really like doing, I'm a big fan of posters. I really like posters and prints and things that you can hang on your walls. And this one's not really... It's not spicy. It just looks really cool and sexy. So, I think this one can fit on a lot more people's walls. So, I hope people are willing to buy this print. Yeah. I pre-ordered the keychain, excited to put it on my keyring. Yay! That makes me really happy. I'm happy to hear that. I hope that it goes really nicely with your, what's it called? All right, we'll go ahead and put this back into position. How many Control-Zs will it take? Probably a ton. Whoa. Damn. That was a lot of Control Z's. Just a few more. There you go. I got it. Don't worry, I have some eggnog for you. Hope you don't mind if it's spiked eggnog. Of course not. I like a bit of a drink every once in a while. So much personality. I'm looking respectfully. Hey, I'm glad to hear it. I'll have to get you to look disrespectfully at some point. 36 Z's was not counting. Oh. It's not spicy? Sure. It's not. I think it's pretty tame. You know? The frame rate? It's fine now. Hi, Raiden. The merch is looking so cool. The art is stunning. Thank you. Yeah, me and the team worked really hard on making sure that it ended up really cool. Unspikes your eggnog? Good thing I still have coffee. Tasty. Yep, looking respectfully. Uh-huh. It's also good. I'm glad. Respikes your eggnog. Wow, thanks. If you need me, I'm going to get more eggnog while trying to hide my red face after seeing that spicy merch. It's not even that spicy. I think the spiciest thing is the chest squish. And then everything else is pretty tame. Hi, Layla. That's one fine barista. Well, hello. That's one fine chatter. Or dusk bunny, if you want to be a dusk bunny. Let's squish, true. Love your giggles. Well, I'm a giggly guy. What can I say? Sir, have you seen your chest? Yeah? Yeah? I think I have. Pretty sure. It's kind of spicy. Not really. I'm glad it isn't so spicy. I'd love to have Roy's merch for once without my parents giving me the side eye. Yeah, I felt the same way because I do know that there were a few people that were a bit more interested in getting merch, but they were worried that it was a little too spicy the last time. So I was very excited to have something that's a bit more tame. Did the pecs move? What? What do you mean? What do you mean? That's crazy. That's insane. My parents always gave me the side eye. Just introduce them to me. Jingle bells, don't go. Jingle bells, jingle bells, jingle all the way. Just like that, right? It's a little kick of spice. Yeah, just a little bit. Showed my boss the merch. She says you need the booba mouse pad. I was kind of debating it. I might do that for the next one. For the next merch drop. We might do that. Quite the trickster. I'm just having a good time. What do you mean? We're having a mass hallucination that the pecs move, right? Yeah, that's crazy. There's no way. I'm about 7. Oh. Only 7. I figured you were gonna do a different number besides 7. 8? Oh. Yeah, of course. 8. Yeah. Yeah, of course. Maybe. I think it should be maybe 6 or 9. I think that's funnier. I'm just saying. You know? Thanks, I hate it. Hey, I didn't say it. It wasn't me. That's Kane's one? Kane has one? Does he really? Whoa. I'll buy 69 and 420 mouse pads. Wow. Thorne's gonna single-handedly pay for my rent. I'm gonna have a desk job soon. I'm gonna need a booba mouse pad. Apparently so. I'll get right on it. 6'7" is the 6'9". I don't know if I would say new. 6'7's been a thing for a while. It has been. Gotta have a backup mouse pad for when I gnaw on them like a creature. Pecs can move? I mean, have you ever tried moving your pecs? Yeah. 6'7" wishes it was 6'9". I agree. I think 6'9's more fun, personally. If anyone in bed wants to 6'7" me, it's a no, dog. What does that mean? That's crazy. Yeah. But yeah, so who here saw the newest trailer from the Video Game Awards or the Game Awards for Resident Evil Requiem, where they announced Leon for the new Resident Evil game? They announced that we're getting Leon in the new game. I have not. I'm kind of tempted to watch it, but I feel like I could get in trouble. I feel like I could get in trouble if I try and sit down and watch it. You know what I mean? I feel like I could get in trouble if I try and watch it on the stream. Yeah. Numbers are used as code names for a lot of adult-related topics. And now 6'7's not that. They aged Leon like fine wine. I know. I really, really like it. I love how he looks in the new Resident Evil. I think he looks great. I think that's the crazy thing is I know a lot of people, myself included, we weren't expecting Leon to come back because they were setting up Grace to be this character that's like very much this is her first horror experience. This is her first like mission like this. So very much trying to lean into the spooks and scares. And you can't really do that when you've got someone like Leon. Leon, a hardened veteran, you know? My man. I do like that chick. That's a go on. What's 9 plus 10? 21? So true. So true. What if you only do live commentary? Live commentary for what? Oh, of the trailer? I'd probably still want to show it on screen. But it's like, I don't want to risk it. I would hate for the VOD to end up getting like privated or something like that because of the trailer. You know? I would hate for that to happen. Maybe at some point I'd love to, but I feel like I'd need to ask for permission first. If we watched it, wouldn't it be a reaction? Yeah, but sometimes YouTube can be a little finicky with reaction stuff. That's why it's like the stuff that I typically react to on stream, so the Power Ranger stuff or any of the Resident Evil retrospective videos that I've been reacting to, they have all been given permission. All the people that I'm reacting to, they've all given permission to me to react to their content. I reached out to them privately, or I had others reach out for me, just to make sure everything ended up okay. Because I would hate for people to like steal my content or steal my streams and like react to it without talking to me first. Unless it's like, you know, the 3-hour Kamen Rider video I made. Mr. Resident Evil, can we react to it, please? Maybe at some point. What if you watched it with the video and audio off screen and we watch it with you off stream? That's just so much, though. It's like a minute-long trailer. If it was like a 30 or 40 minute long trailer or something like that, gameplay demonstration, then I could see. You know? What if I just reenacted it for you? Wow, fancy. We'll find you some way to do it in the future. Yeah, I'm not too pressed about it. We have the whole Resident Evil Village video to react to tonight. But yeah, I am very much excited for that. I very much love the Resident Evil franchise. So the question that I have now is, guys, who here was here last night? for the little bit of Minecraft that we played. I feel like I yapped for more than I played Minecraft. Thank you so much for blessing my eyes. There you go. Hi, Lori. Are we ready for Silver Fox Leon? I'm ready for Silver Fox Leon. Leon's aged very nicely. I joined for a bit. I was in headache hell, sadly. You missed a lot, Thorn. Izzy was getting folded by all the Mari Momies. They were getting dunked on. Someone put up the the Darius skin where he's a dunk master, you know? Takuru, welcome in. Yapping's fun. I kind of felt bad because like we stopped playing Minecraft and we just ended up talking for like an hour and change. You know what I mean? Oh my gosh. I think I was there before I fell asleep. It kind of devolved into some chaos, Lori. It kind of devolved into some chaos. It was fun though. I'm glad. I'm glad you guys enjoyed it. I've been trying more to lean into that type of yapping and conversation, and also a bit of teasing and fun to be had with the audience, you know? So much chaos. I loved it. I'm glad you did. Hi, Hannah. I need to eat first. Yeah, get some good food. Get some food first. Get the food and then come back and sit down and watch. I mean, I like when you yap. Well, thank you. I appreciate it. Sadly, I wasn't. You might want to go back and check the VOD, Chummy. It's definitely worth it. The adventures of Ethan the Stupid Man thing continues. Yeah, that's what we're doing tonight. Oh my goodness. Plot twist. We like to hear you yap. Oh, I didn't realize it was a plot twist. Should I have not talked about it out loud? My apologies. Fun yapping is what I'm here for, honestly. And you know what? That's true. I do like yapping with you guys. Guys, 1's in chat if I should yap more. 2's in chat if I should yap less. 3's in chat if you like bunny men. Oh my gosh. 69! Okay, well, listen. We can't just do that. We can't just... That's crazy. You can't just throw that out there. 13131313. I don't think that's a number. I think you just made that up. Numbers don't go that high, silly. Oh my goodness. If Heisenberg joined us, do you think we would have gotten infected as much? Wait, no. We're already infected in Resident Evil 8 in Village. We were already mold by the time we got there. It was Jover for us. 21. Oh no. The 6-7, I can never escape it. You just have to embrace that you're gonna hear it every once in a while. And I think one of my favorite comebacks for it was from a TikTok I saw, and it's of the Grinch. So like a kid walks up to him and goes 6-7, and he goes and he turns his hands the other way and he goes 8-9. And it's just so oh my gosh, it's just so dumb, but it makes me really happy. Just the silly stuff in life. Numbers don't go that high, says you, bun boy. I do say a lot of things. Half the time they're true. The other half the time, you know, hard to say. That Grinch moment was iconic. I have to find it. That way I can just send it to all my friends. It was so funny. I liked it. I love that comeback. It is a good one, right? All of the above, 1, 2, and 3. Yap more, yap less. I like men. Got it. Understood. Sometimes you just gotta embrace it. You gotta have some fun with it. You gotta enjoy yourself. You gotta be silly with it. Yeah. Silliness is always good. I think so. I think it's a good time to have. I feel like I haven't been on TikTok as much. If only just because I've been like binge watching shows or movies or things like that. You know, I've been trying my best to play catch up on other things. And sometimes it's hard, you know? Sometimes it is difficult. Okay, I'm back. Welcome back. I keep having to like adjust my posture because like I'm trying to find like a comfortable position where I'm not shrimping. I got to make sure that I'm in optimal flexing range for you guys. You know? It's a good comeback. Yeah, that's hilarious. I agree. What's something that I've seen recently? Oh, we recently watched, what is it? Wake Up Dead Man. It's the third Knives Out movie, you know? The only strange thing about you, Roy, should be your back. Yeah, what about it? I'm living my pansexual best life out here. That just means that I can love even more of you guys, right? Can't stay too long. Have to finish making my Christmas Miku cosplay. Have fun, Roy, in chat. Have a good Christmas, guys. Hey, you too. Thanks for hanging out with us, Valerie. I hope you have a wonderful holiday. Oh, tomorrow's Sunday. I guess we haven't talked about it. Guys, since we haven't in a little bit, we are going to be having a Tokusatsu Sunday tomorrow. And then we might watch some other movies afterwards. So we're going to watch the 3 most recent episodes of Kamen Rider Zets. And then we will either watch another movie afterwards, or I might just play some games. Some casual games, you know? I think it'll be fun. It's been a bit since we've done a Tokusatsu Sunday, you know? I saw it. What'd you see? What'd you see? You gotta tell me. Use your words. I think the timer for my ads just reset. You gotta let the ads play. Or, did you know, if you subscribe to twitch.tv/Roy Chiato, you can get a break from the ads. Nice, Snowy Fuzzy. Welcome, welcome. Good times. Good times. Now, with Resident Evil being pretty much done, you know, after tonight, we're done with Resident Evil until Requiem comes out, which is very, very exciting. What is another game series that you guys wish that I would tackle? Fatal Frame is one of the ones that I was kind of thinking of, but that's also a series that's a little bit hard to dive into because they're like, you know, they're not very easily played. Metroid? Oh, I do like the Metroid series. I still never got Dread. And it's been a while since I've played like Metroid Prime 1, 2, or 3. Metroid's pretty good. Silent Hill's hard because not all of the games are on one platform, so it's hard to like go back and play all of them. Oh, the Wake Up Dead Man movie. Right. That was fun. I really liked watching that with you guys. I like the fact that we watched all 3 Knives Out movies. But Roy Dread's here in chat. I meant more so the game Metroid Dread. No more ads. Welcome back. We're glad to have you. Man, it is really warm tonight. I'm like sitting here in a tank top and shorts, and I'm like sweating. I think I talked about that last night. We're like in a heat wave, and it's supposed to be the start of winter tomorrow. Tomorrow's the first day of winter, right? Or is it the 22nd? Is the member life worth it, Mr. Bunny? I think so. We took a little bit of a break to set up some stuff. But starting in the new year, we're going to have more regular member content. Things like morning streams. We're going to have stuff like membership exclusive game streams. Stuff like that. Wasn't it winter yet? No, that doesn't happen until the winter solstice. Winter started November 21st. No, it didn't. No, it didn't. Winter is December, January, and February. And then spring starts March and goes through April and May. And then summer is June, July, and August. Fall is September, October, November. What? Did you guys really not know when winter starts? It always starts on the equinoxes or the solstices. So the winter solstice, which is the 21st of December, which is the shortest night of the year, or the shortest day of the year, I should say. That's the start of winter. December 21st. Yeah, I couldn't remember because I think the equinox is the 22nd. It's when the White Walkers come. Is that what it is? So tomorrow, yes. I am also going to extinguish this candle. Candle extinguished. It just snowed like 3 times in the last 2 weeks, so my brain tricked me. Yeah, but snow can happen outside of winter, just like rain can happen outside of spring and fall. You know? Ever played Dread Out? Oh, I don't think so. I'm not familiar with that one. If you need me, this bunny is going in your vest pocket where it's warm. I'm not going to be wearing the vest for much longer. Also, what pocket? Vest pocket. Do you see a pocket here? I see plenty of personality, but I definitely don't see a pocket. Everyone gaslight Roy about winter? Please don't. I will die. I will lose all of my brain cells that I have left. Yeah, pockets. I think the only pockets I have are I don't even have any on my apron. I only have them on my pants. And even then, you can't really see the pockets in the pants. You know? You can't really see them. Third mole moment. Listen. Okay? It's there. It's there, okay? What do you want from me? What do you want from me? Okay? Oh my goodness. I want the mole? Okay. Why the candle? I think it's just because I'm feeling hot. So, like, the idea of open flame next to me is like, oh, I don't really need that, you know? It's been windy AF here. Oh, I'm sorry to hear that. Hopefully it dies down soon. You get a chill from the weather. Or a break from the weather? Relaxation from the weather? Something like that. It does not continue to onslaught you in your dreams. Too warm? Yeah. I think it's because the candle is like right next to me too. Must roll around in snow. I kind of wish we did get snow like that, but at the same time, everything would shut down. If we got more than like an inch of snow, we would absolutely shut down. It would be pandemonium in the streets. Dogs and cats living together in harmony. It'd be insane. Sounds like a great time I'll consider. Okay. We had a near hurricane force storm come through yesterday. I'm glad you're safe. That sounds scary. Oof. I've got flooding all over my state, and it hasn't been this bad for over 10 years. Wow. That sounds scary. I hope you're staying safe. Maybe 2 to 3 inches here last week. Of snow? Wow. Okay. I don't know if Texas could handle the snow levels Canada can have. Oh, absolutely not. No. Our roads shut down if there's a 1/4 of an inch on the roads. It's bad, you know? What's up, Pan Sit Okan? Hope you're doing well. Hi. I never get snow where I am in Georgia, which is good. Snow is evil. Ah, I see. Please tell me you're a voice actor. I am. Yep. I am a professional voice actor. Thankfully, my area is safe from flooding, but I've got classmates who weren't so lucky. Oh, I'm sorry to hear that. I hope they end up okay. I miss this view with the shirt off and the vest still on. I do like this one. This is of those two, of shirt off, vest on, or vest off, shirt on. I prefer this one. Vest on, shirt off. Texas got ice problems? Really do. No vest truthers rise up. Yeah, but then you don't get to see the muscles as much. Or if they're, you know, armpit enjoyers, which I'm sure there are some of you. Snow is so pretty but annoying. I agree. Yeah, snow can be a huge pain in the butt. Vest off, shirt on, glasses on is acceptable. That's crazy. bun guns. That's what I'm saying. See, at least Lori gets me. At least Lori gets me. Thank goodness at least one person understands me. They understand the struggle that I go through. I love my Canadian winters. Guys, what's your favorite season? Give me a 1 in chat if you like winter, a 2 in chat if you like fall, a 3 in chat if you like summer, and a 4 in chat if you like spring. 5? That's a lot. Ooh. Wow. It started with a lot of winter, but now it's getting into fall. Okay. I see you. So basically anything that's not winter. I see you, Lucy. Okay. 2 is a lot more colorful and not too cold. With the fall, I usually agree. I think it's like winter is becoming my favorite again. It used to be fall, but since fall isn't like weather-wise and temperature-wise is not that different, it's kind of like, oh man. It's still really hot here. Like, I might have to turn the AC on tonight. I'm not gonna lie. It's getting kind of warm in here. I have my window open. I've got my fan going. Fall's pretty here. I like that one. Night Crimson. I started existing in fall. Oh, I started existing in spring. April 21st. That's my birthday. I'm a summer baby, but it's too hot. That's a mood. Winter's too cold. I'm in 6 blankets and still cold. Oh. You should work out. It makes you all nice and toasty. Window open. Is it okay if I crawl in? No. I'm busy. I've got stuff going on, you know? I'm a summer baby. I love it. Yeah, I could see that. I think the big thing for me is that I usually prefer anything that's not summer. Summer is just like a little too hot sometimes. But winter is also just annoying with... I feel like fall and spring have the perfect in-between, but then I'm like... I want the cold. That way I can have my windows open. Because cold for us is like 50. Share a birthday with Abe Lincoln. Fancy. Summer equals mosquitoes. Oh, I don't like mosquitoes. I'm with you on that one. I get out of practice, I can walk around in shorts and a tank without getting cold. Yeah! I do like that. Hi, Nixia. What's up? Welcome in. 50. Sir, that is mild at best. That's what I'm saying. That's what it's like here. I'm like, I actually do feel the sweat, though. I'm kind of like, bleh. It's not the fun kind of sweat. 50 Fahrenheit being cold is crazy to me. Yeah, it's because I'm usually in like the 70s and 80s when it's like fall or spring. And then as it gets to the later parts of those seasons, we get into like the 90s and 100s consistently. You know? I wish it was 50. Me too. I like being freezing. I want to go hardcore winter camping next year. One of my goals. Ooh. I'm sure you'll have an amazing time if you go. I'm cheering you on, Thorn. I'd be walking around in a cropped sweater and shorts with heeled boots in 40-degree weather. Wow. Quite a striking image. Trying to translate that into Celsius, but I heard 60s and 70s in Fahrenheit is pretty good. Yeah, that's like, I think that's like the sweet spot, Laurie. 60s and 70s, I think most people consider to be like, that's like perfect weather, right? The temperature should go down at night, though. I mean, it is night. It's almost 10 p.m. And it does not feel like it got like any better. It still feels grossly hot. Like I'm rubbing my hand over my chest trying to wipe away the sweat, you know? It's like I just got back from the gym, but I'm, you know, I did that earlier. And do be like that. I'll bring Roy Standy with me again. Yay! You gotta bring the new one. I can help with that sweat. Can you? Do you have a fan? Maybe an ice pack? I'll take it. I'll do that for you. What? Take care of the sweat? Do you have a fan or an ice pack? I hope so. I could go for one of those. No, I have ice cubes. Huh? I don't think that's how that works. Speaking of Standy, that new merch, I know. We were talking about it before, Lori. You can see it here in the corner. If you guys want to check out the merch, you should be able to type !merch in chat, or go to Kawa's website, Kawa Entertainment, and find my collection there. Yeah. There you go. Texas weather be crazy like that. I prefer winter so I can become a blanket burrito. Well, that's good to know. Oh, does merch not work on YouTube? I might have to create that command. I might still have to make that command. If it doesn't... Oh, it did work. Okay, cool. I guess it was just delayed. Kyler, thank you so much for the follow. Welcome in. I'm going to put this down here. That way it doesn't block the notifications. Hi, Dori-chan. Hi, Elysia. Welcome in. I'm a strong knight. I can't buckle and fold in front of the bun boy. What are you hiding? I'm definitely very normal about the new merch. Well, that's not good. If you're normal about it, that means it wasn't good enough. Are you telling me that it should have been spicier? But then people wouldn't have bought it. It would have been too spicy. Man. Roto-chan, stupid autocorrect. It do be like that. It do be. I can help, but you might get worse. Wow. Spicy. Is there too spicy from you? Listen. When it comes to people buying things, yeah, I want to make sure that I put out a product that people can purchase and not have to feel shame over having, you know? And that they can display. And buy some Patreon prints? Oh my gosh. If there's ever an 18 plus convention for me to go to, there you go. There you go. Good times, good times. All right, I think it is time to dip on over into the reaction video. I'm feeling it. Hi, Lila. Welcome in. I hope you're well tonight, sweetie. All right, let's put the coffee down before we go ahead and do the... Shabba-whip. Shkapow. Okay, and then I gotta show my left monitor. Good. Oh, nice. What are we watching, Chef? We are watching the Resident Evil Village Retrospective. I pay the rent. I get to display my own degeneracy, as it should be. As it should be. All right. I'm glad I made it. Yay! We're glad you made it too. All right, let's dive in. So as always, these videos are made by your favorite son. And we say thank you to your favorite son for allowing me to react to your videos. We finally made it to the end of the main series of Resident Evil. Very, very exciting. I'm super glad to be here. I'm very, very fond of this franchise. It is one of my favorites. And I'm so glad to be at the final part of this journey until Resident Evil Requiem comes out in February. So, let us dive on in.
Horror is a delicate balancing act. Scales that are moved by giving the player power, taking it away, introducing stronger enemies, anything that changes how you interact with the game.
See, this I big agree with. And it's something I think why I didn't like Alien Isolation. Because when I was playing Alien Isolation, you have that feeling of helplessness versus the alien, versus the xenomorph. And it very much is like, oh, you finally get like a flamethrower or a gun or something. And then you can't really do anything with it. It's limited, or it doesn't work, or it only scares them away temporarily. And it's like, it can't be like that.
The Resident Evil series has always been teetering back and forth from action to horror.
Yeah.
At times, it has found this balance and managed to evenly weigh the scales, creating the perfect synergy between these two genres.
The explosion of heads always kills me. Cause like when you see the heads just like literally explode, like it just, but like his nose is still there. It's so funny because his nose looks like it's still there. And then bam, and then is it quiet? Oh, is it? I'll turn it up.
Between these two genres.
There we go.
At other times, it dips far into one side to create something more specific. Resident Evil Village takes on the tall
Kind of
task
isolation is the
of
most
once
useless
again
thing, unironically.
trying to find this balance.
Unfortunate.
Because the previous game was heavy on the horror, the goal for Village was to appeal to a wider audience by toning that back and creating something that could please both horror and action fans.
I think they nailed it. I think Village is that perfect blend of, there's definitely spooky parts. You have the stalker bits in Lady Dimitrescu's castle that have a lot of really good puzzles. You have the part in Lady, is it Donna's? I always forget her name. In Donna's house, where it is only puzzles. And then the last two areas are pretty much combat entirely. Obviously, the stuff with Moreau is a little bit more like, hey, do a small puzzle here, move along, fight one thing, move along. Yeah, good balance.
And in some ways, it does achieve this. But in other ways, it feels like this game chases stars and falls short.
This I will agree with. I think Moreau's section, I used to say that the weakest section was the factory, but I think it's Moreau's. I think Moreau's is like probably the weakest. And it's a shame. And the factory, I think, grew on me after this playthrough too. After we did the long sit down play together. And it really did feel like it grew on me in a good way.
The game's biggest inspiration is clearly Resident Evil 4, with a rural European setting, castles and torches and merchants abound. This visual design is easily where the game is the strongest.
Yeah.
Its environments feel vast.
It was short,
and
honestly,
even when
true.
you're disappointed because you're done with a place too soon, the effect is there. That you can feel this building or area existing far beyond what you can see. The cast of
I do agree. I think that's maybe the strongest point of Village, where of course like the baker's estate, the baker's mansion, is very, it's very strong as a centerpiece. But I feel like in some ways Village does it better, because when you're going from location to location to location, you really do get that feeling of, oh, I'm in this European village. I am in this area. There's a lot of different facets of it, and you always feel like you belong in this new area, and that they're always connected with each other. And that there's not really any jumps, or too difficult jumps. Yeah, I fell asleep during the long play. I don't remember much outside of the last scene and the starting scene. Oh, should go check it out. It's still available on YouTube.
Characters are distinct and unique.
Yes,
each
characters
lord
are
showcasing
great.
Their personality just from the way they dress or the way they move.
Lady Dimitrescu is like, I think, the perfect example of a character that was written super well, executed very well. And I mean, like, the internet and fandom exploded over their interest in her, especially like the casual audience of Resident Evil. You know, I love the characters. Yeah, I think Dimitrescu and what's his name, Heisenberg, are like the two most memorable villains. If anything, I think Dimitrescu and Heisenberg actually overshadow Mother Miranda. Yeah.
Even the areas, the domains of these lords feel like they reflect the person that holds dominion over them.
Yeah.
Just looking at this game is half of the fun. Each cutscene a treat for fans of its visual style. But some of the decisions made in terms of gameplay, story, and combat can leave you wanting.
I guess the combination of the three, I can say some of the cutscenes did feel weird. This right here is a cutscene, because it's in first person and not third person, there were definitely some weird situations where you're like, Ethan's character model is like slightly shuffling into shot and talking to the Duke or talking to whoever it is that he's talking to. And I know like they made it like that so it felt more immersive when you got attacked or when you got pushed or when you got moved. Like when Heisenberg kicks you into the pit, it is much more impactful because you see it happening to you. But at the same time, there's also some really weird interactions too, and I think a lot of the Duke interactions kind of show that because they feel like cutscenes but don't feel proper. I sometimes forget that Mother Miranda is a character. I'm so engrossed in Lady D's story. Yeah, and that's what I mean. I feel like Lady D is the one that we get, I think, the most backstory for. I think her section is either the longest or the second longest behind the factory with Heisenberg. It's just crazy.
The gunplay is good for the most part, but a lot of the enemies in Resident Evil Village can feel like bullet sponges.
Yeah.
Especially in the early chapters of the game. This was something that Resident Evil 7 did well, but it was more of a focused story with less enemies to contend with.
Yeah.
This made each encounter feel impactful and intense. Village launches hordes at you right from the beginning, and at certain points when ammo is low and weapons are not yet upgraded, you can see what the team was going for.
Yeah, the panic feeling setting in of, oh my god, there's so many enemies at the gate, or oh my god, there's so many enemies behind me or fighting me, and I have nothing to fight them back with. That feeling of helplessness is a different kind of horror. It's the action horror that previous Resident Evils, I think, failed to capture nearly as well. Resident Evil 4 is definitely the one that came the closest, but I do think Resident Evil 8 Village specifically hits a lot of different marks in a good way. The characters in the VA did an amazing job. I appreciate it. I appreciate you saying that and agreeing with me, making my point even more. Because I was going to make the same thing. I think the voice actors in Resident Evil Village also really sell it. I think Ethan, the voice actor they have for him really steps up. I think Lady Dimitrescu's voice actress does. I think Neil Newborn crushes it as Heisenberg. We've got Chris crushing it for his role too, which I think is just Carlos's VA from RE3 Remake. But honestly, everybody brings their A game. It's enjoyable, it's believable, and none of the voice cast does a bad job.
Before a majority of the game, the fear has been removed.
Hi, Galaxy,
the story is also sort of a sore point for the game.
Doing well.
Some of it feels out of place
big
for the
vibe
series. Once again, veering into territory that doesn't always feel like it's in the right universe. But
there's some very non-Resident Evil stuff that happens in Resident Evil Village, but I liked it. I was still good with it because they set it up very much to be that way from the beginning. They were like, here's the tone we're going for. Here's the world setting we're going for. Have fun. It's good to see you though, Galaxy. Hi.
There's good and bad here. The story of the village itself and its structure is something truly special. While it does feel like Resident Evil 4 in certain respects, it also feels like something really unique.
Yes.
Something never seen before.
I've said that too.
The exploration and puzzles are generally good, but they feel overshadowed by something like Resident Evil 4 Remake. This is all to say that...
I mean, yeah, but RE4 Remake came out after this. So I feel like that's not necessarily a fair comparison. But I do see what you're trying to say. I do agree that a lot of the puzzly type stuff is handled better in 4 Remake. It almost feels like this was a litmus test for 4 Remake because they were like, we want to re-explore the attaché case. We want to re-explore combat that's similar to this and similar style puzzles. Let's do like a dipping toes in the water kind of thing. The score felt amazing too. And there's some really good music. It's good to be here. I'm stuck late at work, and this is keeping me sane. Let's go. Welcome back to the Dusk Bunnies, Galaxy.
Resident Evil Village isn't a bad game, not even close, but it does fall short of its goals. And a lot of the coming review will be respecting the ambition that this game does have, because it's clear from the first moments of this game that it is shooting for the stars.
I do like that, and I do think I agree with that. There is a lot with Resident Evil Village that I think is handled incredibly well. I think the biggest strong point of Resident Evil Village is the gameplay, but especially the gameplay loop. When you go through an area and then come back, in the village, you get another small piece that you can go explore and find upgrades, find ammo, find mini bosses that usually get you like a lot of money and things like that. And it feels like as you're progressing through the game, there's more side stuff for you to go do. That I think is great. And I think the gunplay it's there. It's not bad by any means. It maybe could be a little bit better, but it's fine. But the gameplay loop, I think, is exceptionally what they nailed so well. There are some story beats that don't really hit for me. There are some level designs that don't really hit for me. There are some characters that don't really hit for me. But all in all, because the gameplay loop is so fun, I actually put it on similar footing that I would put Resident Evil 7. So, yeah.
But is that an unreasonable...
So are you into scary games? If so, what's some you'd really like or enjoyed playing? I kind of want to go back and play Outlast because it's been so long since I've played it. Like, and I mean like 6+ years, I think. Wait, maybe longer than that. It might be like 8 years since I played Outlast. And I know a lot of people really enjoy Outlast. I've never played the Five Nights at Freddy's series, although I am very familiar with the lore. I love Silent Hill. I love Fatal Frame. What else have I really enjoyed? There's a lot of really good things in horror that I definitely want to revisit. Hi, Tofu. Welcome in.
Expectation to have for a game like this? Should we expect the stars just because we've had them before? Well, that's what I'm going to be talking about today.
Have we had them
I'll be
before?
taking a look at Resident Evil Village, speaking in depth about gameplay, mechanics,
with
story, and every unscathed star.
What's it called?
In
I
between.
guess.
If you haven't seen my previous
Fatal Frame
videos on the
remake comes out in
Resident Evil
March.
series, I would
Yeah, we're getting a Fatal Frame 2 remake, and Fatal Frame 2 I think is in the conversation of best horror games of all time. Like my list was like RE2, Silent Hill 2, Fatal Frame 2, RE1 remake, and like, gosh, I'd have to like go back and think more. Probably Dead Space, or just Dead Space remake, because Dead Space remake is just so good. You know, what's Fatal Frame? So it is horror set in traditional Japanese housing villages and things like that, and architecture. But it is horror in the sense of you are trying to navigate haunted homes and houses as part of a town, but your only weapon to fight these ghosts and apparitions is a camera, and you use the camera to take pictures of the ghosts because it captures the spirits. It's really cool, really well done. The storytelling in Fatal Frame is really nice. So, yeah. Definitely want to play Fatal Frame. I want to see if there's a way for me to play like any of the Fatal Frame series before Fatal Frame 2 remake comes out. I think that would be fun.
Highly recommend checking them out. They are not mandatory viewing, but it will be important to see where the series has come from to understand where it is now. If you enjoy the video, be sure to like it and subscribe to the channel.
Yeah, it's
as
awesome,
it is
Rabbit.
the only way to please
Try and
the
look for you.
algorithm.
Thanks, Tree.
If you want more Resident Evil content, head over to my Patreon where I've been watching and reviewing all of the Resident Evil movies. If you want to watch me torture myself, then the link is in the description, you sick freak.
Yeah.
Hey, Dad.
I was going to say, the Resident Evil live action movies are... Fatal Frame 3 and 4 got re-releases recently. Those are two that I've actually never played, so might be worth going back and playing them. But also, hi, son.
Your favorite...
Man in the Black Water made me shart my pants. Ooh. Wait, I'm going to have to take note of that. Not the sharding part, but if it's that scary, I'm going to have to take a look. What is available on Steam? That's the question. Let's take a look. Fatal Frame. What Fatal Frames are available? So there's Maiden of the Black Water, which I have already. There is Mask of the Lunar Eclipse, which I do not have, but it is on sale. And I think those are the only two that are on Steam. Are those remakes of 3 and 4? Because I'm not familiar. I'm not familiar with the subtitles to them. Oh, 4 and 5? Ah, okay. Did he say Dad? He did. I was about to say, Roy, what? Anyone want a Beppis? You know, I could actually go for a sparkling water. I kind of want to grab that real quick. Let me grab a sparkling water. I think that'll be really refreshing. Oh, I could put some lemon juice in it. We talked about that last time. Wait. Give me one sec. I'm cooking. Not really cooking, but I'm cooking. Okay. Yeah, hydration. That's what we can call it, a hydration break. Why is this waiting montage so spicy? Well, it's because I'm waiting. We don't sit in the coffee. That's for everyone. I wonder if it's just for me now. What do you think? Welcome back. Thanks. Thanks. Thank you. All right. Back to action.
Son, and today I'd like to talk about Resident Evil Village. Resident Evil Village actually began development 6 months before Resident Evil 7 was even released.
Oh, I had to process that for a second. That kind of does make sense.
The team didn't know how players were going to react, but Morimasa Sato was already told to begin working on the next game.
Whoa.
After the great response to RE7, Village entered full development.
Okay.
The goal here was to complete Ethan's story. In RE7, Ethan didn't have a ton of characterization. He was more of a blank slate.
I was going to say blank slate is very accurate.
Implant themselves onto.
Yeah.
But in Resident Evil 8, Ethan was meant to be his own character with traits and strong motivations. Since Resident
I think that's pretty fair. Ethan definitely became a character in his own in Village. And I think that's why a lot of people like point at 8 as like Ethan is a character. You know, Ethan is his own man. Because 7 is he says like one or two things. Like, okay, fine. Like the quips he has coming back at Lucas, and like that's it. He barely has any reaction to the things that's going on around him. In RE8, it's a lot more. The motivation is better. Everyone's simping for Lady D, even though her goth daughters were also there. I mean, all four. You know, but I'm usually going for Heisenberg personally. Yeah.
Evil 7 took inspiration from the first.
What's up, Catherine? Hi.
Village was meant to take inspiration from Resident Evil.
There was 4. An RE mobile game. Yeah, the
this
gacha.
Meant that the game was setting itself in Europe, and this caused the developers to take a trip to the continent to do research for their environments.
Ah, yes, a trip to the continent.
This trip was disrupted by a cold snap with temperatures reaching below 13 degrees Fahrenheit.
Whoa.
This was actually a defining moment for the development of the game because it caused Sato, the director of Village, to change the way that the village looked. It colored the way that they saw the village from that point on and adjusted the way it was presented in the game.
Oh, so
But
because
while
of the
Resident
snow and the cold, they decided to lean into that wintry feeling. Oh, that's so cool. I didn't know that. Cute ears, thank you so much. I appreciate it.
Evil Village took inspiration from Resident Evil 4. The goal wasn't to remake the game, but to take the best parts of 7 and 4 and combine them.
I like that.
It's not a reboot of Resident Evil 4, but the offspring of both Resident Evil 7 and Resident Evil 4.
I think that is probably the best statement you could use to describe Resident Evil Village, because it has a lot of the same themes and feelings that Resident Evil 7 had, while still having the core gameplay loop that Resident Evil 4 had, just in first person. It's handled really well. I talk up Resident Evil 8 a lot, just probably because it's the most recent one, but I think it actually is a little underrated. I think there's a lot of good in Resident Evil 8 that people just don't talk about. I really do think the gameplay loop at a lot of times is just better than a lot of its predecessors. And even I even have it like in the conversation of being as good as 7, you know? I wonder if RE8 inspired the RE4 remake, since RE8 was inspired by OG RE4. Probably not, no. I think they were already working on it. I made the joke that Village was probably released as a let's do some stuff that we want to do in RE4 remake and test the waters with it in Village, and then clean it up and fix it for 4 remake.
As early as pre-release interviews, though, people were already asking the very obvious question: how were the team going to manage the balance between the horror that comes with Resident Evil 7 and the action that comes with Resident Evil 4?
Yeah, I mean, I talked about it before. I think the factory is a good example of that, because there's a lot of fighting in the factory, but there's also a lot of really creepy hallways, dingy areas, like that derelict feeling of emptiness expanding into nothingness. You see like the conveyor belts going in the background, and the horror combined with technology gives it a completely different feeling. It's not always Resident Evil, but it is very distinctly unique.
This was something the team was aware of, and they wanted to maintain this balance well. A lot of people were skeptical, though, and they were hoping that Resident Evil wasn't heading down the same path that it had before with Resident Evil 5 and 6. One large...
I don't think 8 would have been the one to do it. If anything, I'm actually a little worried about Resident Evil Requiem doing that, Resident Evil 9, because now that we know Leon is in Resident Evil Requiem, we know we're playing as 2 different characters, and they've been talking about it, that Leon's is going to be a lot more action focused, whereas Grace's is going to be more horror, stealth, survival-esque. And both are exciting to me, but I'm worried about that split. That split makes me nervous, because the last time we did something like that was Resident Evil 6, which was over a decade ago, mind you, but it still makes me nervous. Your right hand comes off? Yeah, Lady D cuts it off. It's pretty crazy. But like, there's some moments of holy S and moments of I need to breathe. Yeah. The doll lady's house is definitely the psychological horror area, since there's little to no combat. Yeah, I think there's no combat at all. It's just puzzle solving and movement. Yeah. The robotic enemies are pretty different from the usual horror shown in RE. Yeah, that's true. Even if RE9 is mid, I still want Leon in my DMs. I don't think it'll be mid. I think the worst that'll happen is that Resident Evil 9 would be like an 8 out of 10. I think like that's the worst thing that could happen. I'm hoping that it's a 10 out of 10. I'm excited with everything that I've seen. Going back to Raccoon City is definitely an interesting choice. Yeah, I'm really excited for it. Hey, take care, Fiafi. Bye-bye.
Focus during development of the game was the character designs. All of the characters in the game were made incredibly distinct to stand out from others in the rest of the series. This was clearly reflected in Lady Dimitrescu,
I was going to say,
a character that went viral when the game was initially revealed.
Yeah, everyone started freaking Domitresk. I still really like Heisenberg as well. Heisenberg is up there for me with character. I think Domitresk is number 1. Heisenberg is number 2. And then it's a real toss-up for who's number 3. But I really do think Mother Miranda kind of gets shafted in terms of like the other villains are just so much better than her. But I think it's the same problem that RE7 has, whereas like Jack is so much better than Marguerite and Lucas. You know, how long has it been since Raccoon City and RE2 in game? I think RE9 specifically is going to take place in 2026, so it'll have been 28 years after they dropped thermobaric bombs on Raccoon City. Yeah. Mother Miranda has like no development until like the last hour of the game. Yeah, it is definitely the weaker part, because like you don't learn about her identity at all until you find her lab as Chris and just, oh, I want my child back. But if she was hinted at in RE7 at all, or if she was talked about before, this is what I was talking about before. It's like I'm not trying to say RE8 or Village is without flaw, because it definitely has its flaws, and I think Mother Miranda is a little bit on the weaker side for the villain, but at least the final boss fight is a good final boss fight. I like the final boss fight with Miranda. But Resident Evil 7's final boss fight was kind of lame. Lady D is actually Maggie Robertson's first VA role, since she was primarily a stage and film actress. Ooh, interesting. Kind of funny that the generals are more popular than the big boss bad. Kind of reminds me of Sentai Power Rangers general characters are more popular than their big bads. There are some seasons where they outlive the big bads, like Hurricaneger, you know? I actually talked to the voice actor of Bowser, not Jack Black, and he said he couldn't play Resume because Resident Evil? Because he was too scared, and I told him that people played that game because of the tall lady.
The game was also
funny.
developed on the RE engine, the engine that the
God, it's so
Capcom
pretty.
team still uses to this day. Resident Evil Village was released on May 7th, 2021.
Over 4 years since that game came out, and that game aged really nicely. Village aged really nicely. I was very happy with how it aged.
Worldwide for the Sony PlayStation 4, 5, Xbox One, Series X and S, Microsoft Windows, and the Google Stadia. Before we talk in depth about the story of Resident Evil Village, let's talk about its gameplay. Village once again sees us playing as Ethan Winters, the main character from the last game in the series. We're on a quest to save Ethan's daughter, Rose. This means heading into a nearby European village and contending with all of the enemies that place holds. The game has a similar combat and control scheme to Resident Evil 7, though. In Village, we have a first-person camera and can wield a variety of different weapons to fight off enemies.
And then there was DLC, I think, after Shadows of Rose came out, that added third-person mode to the game as a whole. I will probably stick, like anytime I play 7 or 8, I will probably stick with first person, just because in my eyes, that's the Ethan Winters experience. But going into Resident Evil 9, I am probably going to go back to third person. Just because now that we have Leon back, I'm like, it's time. It's time to return. Third person time.
But as always, ammunition
beautiful,
is
but now I feel
slightly
old. Yeah,
restricted,
I get you.
so we can craft ammo to offset this. We can also craft healing items and an array of different explosives like mines and pipe bombs. This is once again done through the use of various items that we can pick up around the world, like chem fluid. This time,
Yes. Chem fluid. The most universal healing apparatus to ever exist. Using default camera pose makes the most sense. I agree with that. I think the first person's better, and plus it's better for jump scare, having sort of immersion in the game. I also agree. Yeah, because there were some times in like RE2 Remake, 3 Remake, and 4 Remake where like I would have the camera pulled away and there'd be like a quasi jump scare, but I'd have the camera turned away so I wouldn't get it, you know? Doesn't RE engine mean reach for the moon instead of Resident Evil? I don't know. That's the first I've ever heard that. I wish Lady D and her daughters were a larger part of the game. They were interesting, and the Gothic castle and village was fascinating. Would love to see more of the village antagonists. I think I agree with that. I think if there was ever like, I guess we did get a gold version already. If there was ever like a re-release of Resident Evil 8, maybe in like a couple years to like port it to like another system, making the castle longer, I think would be fun. Because I think most people agree the castle is the best part of the game. Maybe make it slightly less linear. Because it is 100% linear. You go from point A to point B and get X key item, put it in, Y door, and get another key item and put it in another door. And for the most part, at least with Resident Evil like 1, with the Spencer Mansion, there was, or even RPD, you had multiple routes that you could go down first, explore, try and figure out, solve puzzles. But Village, it really does feel like in the castle, you have to go one direction. Nova, thank you for the 12 months. I appreciate it. I do kind of wish they didn't put Lady D first in the boss lineup, maybe before Heisenberg or somewhere in the middle. I don't know if it would have hooked as hard though, because Lady D's castle is like the strongest part of the game. I think having it first was probably smart, because if they started with Moreau, I think people would have dropped the game. If they started with Heisenberg, I think it would have been a toss-up. And if they started with Donna, I think it would have set the wrong tone. Donna has to be second or third. Domitresk, I think, has to be first. Honestly. But I do agree that I wish she had a bigger part. Or maybe she, like, didn't die.
Around, though, we can use scrap and debris that we find to craft as well.
Yeah.
The crafting system has been slightly upgraded, giving us more options than we had before. One of my main complaints, though, is that there isn't a ton of overlap between items. We can generally safely craft both ammunition and healing items, as a lot of the items needed for those two are separate.
Yeah, I did kind of feel that at some point, too, that like when you're crafting, in RE7, you usually had to make the difficult decision between crafting ammo or crafting a healing item. But in Village, you get both. So it usually comes down to, do I make healing items? Do I make a big healing items? Do I make a grenade round? Or with my other stuff, do I make small ammo, big ammo, large ammo? Yeah. Ken's actually speaking the truth. Apparently, according to Capcom, RE is reach for the moon. The logo is a hand reaching for the moon. Oh, interesting. I always just assumed it was Resident Evil Engine, because the first game that it's used for is RE7. Oh, that's funny. Interesting.
This means that we aren't making a choice here. In Resident Evil 7, the chem fluid was required to craft both ammo and healing items, meaning that each time you crafted, you made a choice between health and ammo.
Yeah,
that's what I was saying. This was similar to the trades that the game forced you to make in the original games. That's mostly gone in Village, especially with the new fixation on action over horror.
I don't know if I agree with that. That it was like that in the original games, because like, yes, you could use your ammo to kill things and be safe, and then you don't have to worry about using healing items. But I think most people, when they play the game, they're not thinking about that trade like that. In design, sure, but I don't know. I never felt that way in 7. 7 specifically, I'm talking about. I don't think it really has that balance nearly as well. Having to make the choice between ammo and healing items, I do agree with, but comparing it to the original in that regard, I don't know how much it felt like that, because you didn't have the crafting in the originals. But I might just be nitpicking.
It feels more like Resident Evil 4 because there isn't as much of an emphasis placed on resource restriction. Speaking of resources, Village reintroduces a massive mechanic from the previous games, in that of the merchant. This time around, instead of a small masked man in a trench coat, the merchant is a large fat man in a carriage.
Large fat man. Why'd you say it like that? Why'd you say it like that?
Upgrade in terms of prosperity. This merchant is called the Duke, and he will sell us new weapons, ammo, supplies, and even crafting recipes for specific ammo types. He can, of course, upgrade our weapons for a fee like the
Dukar
previous
beloved.
merchant could,
I
and we
agree.
can also sell him a variety of treasure that we receive throughout the game. There's a new mechanic that the Duke introduces that we only find about halfway through the game.
Oh,
There are
cooking.
many animals wandering around different parts of
Yeah.
the village, and unlike Resident Evil 4, where keeping those animals alive means a steady supply of eggs for selling or healing later, here we actually want to kill them and scavenge their meat. We can then take this meat to the Duke, who will cook it up into a delicious meal that will permanently increase some of our stats. I don't know about you, but I'm not sure I would trust this guy to be cooking me anything safe to eat in a wooden carriage on the side of the road.
I would absolutely trust this man. He clearly knows what he's talking about. Do you see all these food-based items that he has on his walls? On his doors? Absolutely trust this man with all of your food needs.
I actually like this system, though. It feels like a good way to introduce permanent upgrades to this whole architecture.
And to encourage people to go exploring as opposed to just doing the story. Because as you go on, enemies get tougher and tougher. So you want these upgrades to kind of go with you and balance the game accordingly.
And it isn't really that easy to obtain all of the necessary items for all of the recipes. You have to do some deep searching, especially for some of the rarer fish and livestock in the game.
Yeah.
It's a whole new mechanic on its own, and it actually turns the previous mechanic of taking eggs from the chickens in RE4 on its head. That being said, much of the upgrade system actually leaves us feeling overpowered when it comes to the second half of the game. This is especially true if you put any sort of time into exploration during this game's runtime.
Maybe it's because I like bought the newer versions of the weapons. I didn't feel that overpowered. The Magnum did feel very overpowered. I will say that much. But that's just because I was like, all right, cool. Here are my upgrade pieces. Here's like what I have to do with the Magnum and just go from there. Another thing I'd like to see is more leaning toward gothic horror. Enjoy the first two Resident Evils, Code Veronica and Village design-wise and the elements of gothic horror storytelling. I mean, we're going back to Raccoon City, so we might see some more of that, but I guess it would be more destroyed and rubble.
Now, this was true of Resident Evil 4 as well. If you put time in and were decent at conserving your ammunition, then you could easily stockpile ammo throughout the game and be overpowered by the end of it.
Yeah.
The difference is that this forces the game to lean more toward the action side of things in the balance discussion. This is true with Village because at certain points it really feels like it's going for more of an arcadey feel than Resident Evil 7 was. There are moments that are distinctly horror, and I have to say that some of the most frightening moments in the whole series were in this game specifically, but I'll be honest, for a lot of the game, it doesn't really feel like these tones mesh well together.
I might disagree there. I liked it because of the tonal whiplash you get. Like, obviously, Lady Dimitrescu's castle is very much trying to be, hey, remember Resident Evil 1? Here's something that's kind of homage to it. Giant castle, you know, kind of semi-related to a mansion, lots of locked doors, lots of key items you have to find, lots of exploration, things like that. You know, there's a big stalker type enemy following you, actually multiple. And then break it up into something completely different and go for modern horror, because this feels very modern. I like this. I think this fits well. I think having a break after Lady Dimitrescu's castle, and then this is the break between here and Moreau, is also really good, because Moreau's his is also very different. His is more action than anything else. And then we get a glimpse back into horror back in the factory. Donna's place gave me a nightmare, and I just want to make that known. It's very scary.
It constantly
I
feels
agree.
like distinct segments that are either action or horror. We jump back and forth between these sections, and it ends up giving the player a sort of tonal whiplash. In a similar
It only happens like once, though. It's like Donna's is like the horror, and then it's like back to action, and then horror action on top of that, and then action by the end of it with Chris. I don't know if I would say whiplash. I would say just change of tone.
move to Resident Evil 4, Village returns to the attaché case system that we saw in that game. We can once again shift items around on a grid, trying to get more space in our inventory. Unlike Resident Evil 4, though, this system literally never felt like it was necessary. We have way too much space right out of the gate, and it's pretty easy to buy the upgrades every time we get access to them.
Yeah, quite literally. Even in the casual playthrough that we did, I don't think I ever didn't have inventory space, which is kind of crazy to think about. Like, never having a problem with inventory whatsoever.
There was literally only one time in my entire playthrough that I needed to shift stuff around to make space for new items. There's also
and there's an auto sort. So even if you did have that, you could just press the auto sort.
A larger system and environmental change at play here in that of exploration. Like I said before, the merchant system has returned, which means treasure has also
always
returned.
had space, yeah.
This is the main motivation behind heading off the beaten path to look for optional rewards.
Right, treasure.
If we get treasure, we can sell it to the merchant and possibly upgrade our weapons. I will critique this system, though, and say that it is not nearly as in-depth as the one in Resident Evil 4 or its remake. In that game, each treasure can be slotted with gems. This time around, the combinable treasures are all unique, so you have to find specific items that can be combined. The two aren't split into different categories of unique and gems that can be combined with the uniques. It clearly feels like there isn't as much variety here, or really choice for the player.
I will agree with that. Point blank, it is a little bit disappointing because some of the time in 4 original and 4 remake, you are basically trying to min-max your extra treasures to slot into a lot of things so that way you can get the most value out of them. So there's a lot more of a conscious player choice. However, in Village, it is literally like, here's a piece of this hammer. Here's the other piece of the hammer. Now you get big loot. Here's a necklace. It's missing this piece. Find that piece. Now you sell both. You know, I do agree with this. I don't know if I would say that it's bad, but I do see what Sun is saying. Hi, Vork, welcome.
That being said, I'm still happy they brought this system back because I do love it. It's honestly one of my favorite progression systems in a video game.
Yeah.
Village focuses on the exploration, though, and a lot of its design is dedicated to this exploration. Most of the environments in Village are far more open than they were in Resident Evil 7.
I really like Connor's new video.
In the previous entry,
the one about Samurai,
confined,
and
small
RPM,
hallways
the crossover
that created atmosphere.
I still have to watch
tension.
other ones.
This was meant to push the feeling of being trapped, being chased, and having nowhere to run.
Kamen Rider.
But in Village, we have the room to run around. We have places to go.
Check it out.
But this once again pushes things towards more of an action style than it does horror. This is especially true when looking at the outdoor areas, but it's also true even when looking at indoor environments. This naturally gives us a lot of room to move and a lot of room to dodge attacks or escape. Combat is designed around this, so enemies can now afford to be more aggressive with the player. Aside from the larger merchant system, some smaller, more intricate mechanics have been upgraded as well. We can block just like we did in RE7, but
blocking is such a good thing, like reload canceling, you know? It's been a lot of fun to play through a Resident Evil game where you have the block. Hey, take care, Espresso. Going through Histy reaction, so if you can figure out what Kamen Rider series he would do a video on. Oh, interesting. I'll have to check it out.
But now we can push back off of a block, which gives us some space after getting grabbed, which will happen a lot in this game. We can also alternatively upgrade weapons in the form of attachments rather than just upgrading them through the merchant. We can generally achieve these attachments by exploring the village. They can give us a steadier aim, better firepower, or less recoil.
Or more ammo.
Village changes the broader systems of the game, while its core structure remains the same. But the devil's in the details. I think the gameplay, when isolated, is mostly alright. There are definitely some balance issues here and there, and enemies could use less health, but it works for the most part.
It's such a weird thing, because it's like the game gives you enough ammo and enough resources that ammo never really feels like too much of a problem. However, even though that is the case, it still does feel like you are dumping so much ammunition into so many of these enemies. And I felt like I was pretty good with ammo conservation. Swapping to the knife, using the pistol instead of my big stuff, saving like magnum ammo for bosses and stuff like that. But yeah, like the common enemies were just so frustrating. If you don't have the best aim in the game, it's pretty forgiving. It is, but I do agree. I think enemy tankiness still just had this really negative connotation with the game where it's like, man, so many enemies took so many shots. That's something I noted. You never really ever used the crafting when you played. I think I crafted some stuff, but I think I saved most of my stuff to like craft like high-end ammo or like mines. I think I end up making a lot of mines and a lot of pipe bombs. I never did it for like ammo. I just did it for like the explosives because they were highest damage because enemies are just so tanky,
Some of the most satisfying and the least satisfying parts of this game come from its story, though. Resident Evil Village begins with a fictional book called Village of Shadows. This storybook is animated,
which
and
is
was a whole development in and of itself. The book is animated in a completely different style than the rest of the game. It almost looks like a children's Halloween movie, but like a super stylized one.
Yeah, it reminds me of what is it? Scary Godmother with some of the character models.
A narrator delivers this story to us as the book flips through its different pages. A mother and daughter went looking for berries in the forest one day. After being unable to find any delicious
Tim Burton
fruits,
type beat.
The daughter went running off into the dark
sense.
forest and met the many different lords that called this place their domain. Each of these lords gave her a gift. The Bat Lord quenched her thirst. The Weaver gave her a dress. The Fish King gave her a fin to fill her stomach. And an Iron Steed gave her a gear, or so she thought.
Yeah,
the gear was not a gift, and the lords took this as the girl thieving from them. A witch then appeared to confront the girl, and we switch scenes to see that Mia is reading this book to her and Ethan's recently born daughter, Rose. Ethan is sort of freaked out by the book, but Mia tells him that it's a local tale she received from a bookstore nearby.
I always love this too, and I think we skipped the ending credits for it so we don't get to see the full thing, but the book keeps going and the ending involves the father coming and saving the daughter, and it's like the ultimate like sacrifice finale to the book, which when you play the DLC, I think it adds a lot of weight and a lot of levity. I'm sure. Is he going to go over Shadows of Rose? I see it segmented. I don't see labels for them, so I'm not entirely sure.
Mia and Ethan, since the events of Biohazard, have sort of entered into a type of witness protection program. They're now living in a European town, secluded from the life that they once knew. Ethan is tasked with putting Rose to bed.
The foreshadowing,
We can find a few little things around the house that color the winter's time in between games. A small music box from their wedding, some shopping lists and pictures. Upstairs, we can find a note on a laptop that hints Mia and Ethan have been fighting. They've specifically been clashing heads when Ethan brings up the events at the Baker house. Mia seems to not want to talk about it much, probably trying to forget the past and move into the future.
The thing that I was always curious about was Ethan fighting with Mia or was he fighting with Miranda? When did like their fighting actually start? I meant to like try and put like a timetable to that. He goes over Shadows of Rose, check the vid. Okay, cool. We didn't play that on stream, and I probably will go back and play it on stream at some point just for the safety of it, but I have already played it, so luckily I can still make comments. I think Miranda, he never fought with his wife. That's what I thought too. It's just hard. It's hard to remember. What's up, Ed Stevens? What's up, Solinx? Welcome in, both of you. Sorry for being late. How are you going to make it up to me? How are you going to make it up to me, huh? I need to know. I need to know. What's the game plan here? How are you going to make it up to me? I'm just kidding. Welcome. We're happy to have you.
A note in this room also tells us that Rose was getting tested regularly for fungal pathogens to ensure that the mold wasn't infecting their family.
Yeah, nothing left over from Evie or from Louisiana, right? I could make you coffee. Ooh, I could go for some coffee. I like the sound of that.
Interestingly, we can find a book in this room about surviving field combat by Joseph Kendo, the co-owner of the gun shop Kendo store that we saw in Resident Evil 2. Ethan goes through a
Don't
nearby
shoot.
scrapbook
I'm a
looking
human.
at pictures of Mia when she was pregnant and Rose early on. There's a newspaper in another room that shows the cover-up of the Baker House events.
Gas
Officials
leak.
stated in the public record that it was a gas leak, so only a few people know what truly happened.
Yeah. Miranda, in some of the flashbacks, the worst fights were when Miranda had to avoid topics she didn't know about. Yeah, I would imagine that that's what it makes the most sense about. I just can't remember, like, there's one fight that I think it's Mia. And it's the fight where Ethan is like, well, I'm just worried about Rose. And he's like, that's all that matters. But Mia goes like, you matter, Ethan. Like, she's trying very hard to make sure that he matters because she knows he's living on borrowed time because he died, and that she knows he's, a mold man. So I think that is a fight that they had.
All of this paints
That's
a pretty
Mia,
clear
yeah.
picture
I
of
think
the
so
life
too.
that Ethan and Mia have now. But as we head downstairs and speak with Mia, things start to seem a little off. Mia has made a local soup and gotten them some local wine. Ethan is very paranoid about the safety of his family, and Mia just wants him to relax. Suddenly, Mia is shot. Not just once, though. Shooters from outside the window unload bullets into her.
It is
the
so
shooter is revealed
much.
to be Chris Redfield. The soldiers on his team take Rose out of the house.
God, this shot, I remember seeing the trailers, and this is like what they used as like a selling point. And I'm not gonna lie, part of me wishes this was not revealed, but also it made me so curious because this was like shown in the demos and the trailers rather, and having that like WTF moment of how did we go from being friends and rescued by Chris in the previous game to all of a sudden he's murdering our wife. Like, what is happening? And you want to know, and it makes you want to play. But then having played it, I'm also like, man, can you imagine how crazy this was if it wasn't spoiled? That's insane.
And drag Ethan with them.
Sorry,
we then see a
Ethan.
flashback to Ethan receiving a phone call about Rose's test results, and he and Mia start fighting. Ethan then wakes up in the snow as the van he was in has crashed, and he picks up the ringing phone of the dead soldier next to him. Ethan tries to get some answers out of him, but the soldier hangs up. A nearby order sheet says that the soldiers were meant to kill Mia and recover Rose.
Made it.
and
What's up,
Ethan
Davinia?
alive.
Hi.
Ethan is now stranded in the European woods. Obviously, this is a big twist for the series. At some point, Chris Redfield has become a villain. For some reason, he decided it was best to coldly kill Mia Winters right in front of her husband. Now, the problem with this plot point is that it's so uncharacteristic that the audience either knows it is a fake out of some sort or that it's pure negligence on the part of the writers.
Yeah, for me at least, I just took it. I took it with this is going to be explained later, and they're just trying to shock us now. Because I've played through the Resident Evil franchise, and you just kind of go with it. Because they definitely wanted to have this scene be a shock factor. And we've seen some crazy stuff happen with the BSAA. We've seen literally Resident Evil 6, we had clones of Ada. So I was like, okay, well, we're back in the driver's seat. Thought there will be more of Chris in this game. I kind of did too. Chris is kind of not very seen. I kind of wish you saw him in every single Lord's place, but then I think maybe there would have been some people thinking that he's more of the main character than Ethan. Guess Chris is Santa Roy's gym class leader. Oh, why? Because he's so big and beefy. I do like Chris. I do like RE8 Chris.
Plot point will be explained away later.
Damn, that's a man. He's got the super tight black turtleneck. Oof. Thank you for the soup. I appreciate it. Hey, Raiden, welcome in.
Of course, in an incredibly convoluted way, but it's one of the worst parts of the story because there's never really a point during the game that you even believe that it happened. Ethan wanders through a snow-covered
I mean, I don't think they want you to. I think it's more so that they want to sow the seed that there's something else going on. And this is kind of the wake up call to, okay, now it's time to like get to work. You know, I think that's the point. We were robbed a werewolf, Chris Redfield. Was that one of the things that they planned? Because I know one of the other things was Ada was supposed to be in this game as like a werewolf hunter. That would have been dope.
Forest in the dark, eventually coming across a small cabin in the woods. In the basement, he finds some strange iconography and opens a cabinet covered in blood. But upstairs, something is disturbed. A large presence has begun to show itself, and the entire place is trashed. We can escape through a hole in the wall where it's suddenly turned to morning outside. Off in the distance is a great castle.
Yeah.
Clock chiming somewhere ahead. Here we arrive in the village. This is a great castle.
This is such an amazing shot. I remember like we stopped staring at this for a few moments because you can see the village right in front of you. You can see the castle in the distance. This is where I will say, and I agree, that Castle Domitresk being the first place you go does feel weird because you see this shot and it's like, all right, cool, explore the village a little bit and then immediately go to the castle. It is wild.
Castle, a clock chiming somewhere ahead. Here we arrive in the village proper. Most of the homes here are destroyed or ransacked by something. Dead horses scattered in the streets, and everyone has fled their homes. We can make our way weaving through the village streets and eventually come upon a knife in one of the homes.
A knife.
We find a man hiding in a side room armed with a shotgun.
A knife.
Strange.
There's no way he didn't hit Ethan there. There is absolutely no way in hell he does not hit Ethan here. Look at the angle. Shoots. There's no way he doesn't hit Ethan. There's no way. It's this bit right over here. There's no way he doesn't hit him. You purred? No, I'm growling.
Strange cries from outside indicate a new type of enemy. He lends us a pistol so that we can protect ourselves, but the old man is quickly swallowed up into the ceiling and killed. This thing grabs Ethan as well, and we're thrust into a pile of dead bodies, victims of this strange, unseen creature. This creature reveals itself soon, a lichen, the new sort of fodder enemy of the century. Lichen, if you aren't aware, is another term for a werewolf.
Yeah.
It's short for lycanthropy, the clinical term associated with the belief that one can turn into an animal. The term...
It is... I really liked it. I think having a completely unique enemy type for the game made it stand out that much more, because that is always one of the things that I will say is one of the weakest parts of Resident Evil 7 is the enemies, because it's just dudes in mold. You know? There's that's it. The enemy variety in RE7 is bad, and it is a weak part. Ethan lost his face in that shotgun shot. He really did. That shot of his hand mangled up is true. We just got that hand fixed. I was going to say, after RE7, yeah. We do that again, I did here, but I'm all ears. Oh, the...
Lichen itself seems to have been popularized by the Underworld films, but I can't find its exact origin. In short, lichens...
What? Is it? Does it have anything to do with that? If someone wants to confirm. I just assumed lichens was just werewolves. It was just a different word for it. The molded had like 4 fodder variants, not including special bosses. Now that I think about it, it wasn't as much as I thought. Yeah, it's the commons, the ones that have like the claw arm, the ones that crawl, and the fat ones. And that was it. That's it.
Are essential werewolves, or at least a type of them. These lichens that we see in Village aren't exactly the ones that are covered in hair and only turn on a full moon. They're sort of half wolf, half crazed man, with great strength and agility and a clear lust for blood. The lichens generally travel in groups and howl at the sky to call their brothers for help. This is the first true enemy that will fight in Village, and like most of the other enemies in the game, their visual design is exceptional.
Yeah, I'll big agree with that. Lichens are a huge step up from the molded. in RE7. One of the things I don't like, though, is that almost every single time that you're getting hit, especially specifically by the Lycans, there's so many grab attacks. And they just take so freaking long. Like, you get grabbed and you're stuck in like an animation for like 10 seconds of watching it eat your hand again. You know? I like that howling you did. Ow! Baby, I'm praying on you tonight.
Look great and terrifying, though they remain humanoid. Their form reveals more beast than man. They move erratically, attempting to dodge shots, slowing down and speeding up at a moment's notice.
Hard to hit headshot early game.
Like I said before, though, a lot of the enemies in the game tend to be bullet sponges, and it doesn't feed more into the action side of things, but the horror side, forcing us to waste ammunition rather than spend it well. It's not a huge problem in and of itself, but it does feed back into the constant tonal issue that Village has.
Yeah, early game, it feels like it's a little bit of an issue because it's like, man, this monster that I'm fighting has... I need 7 headshots consecutively to kill it or something like that. And it's like, I only have 12 bullets and there's 4 Lycans. What am I supposed to do? So... And it has that weird feeling of, am I just not doing a lot of damage or are they tanky? And the answer is they're tanky, and it doesn't feel great most of the time, unfortunately.
After killing the first Lycan, Ethan makes his way deeper into the village, and we get our first defense section. At certain points in the game, we'll end up in a house that is attacked by surrounding enemies. Whew. In these houses, we can shift bookshelves in front of doors and
Doesn't
shoot
this only happen like
barricades in the
once?
windows to make a final stand against the forces outside.
Doesn't this only
It's a
happen
pretty
like
similar
once?
recreation of the defense sections in Resident Evil 4 and 5, though here there are often holes in the ceilings of the buildings already.
The one time this happens, I think there's one other time I can think of, but it's not really like an invasion. It's when you're coming back from Donna's house and you get the second shotgun, and that's it. Like, there's just like a random house that you can like close a bookshelf on, kind of thing.
There's an undercurrent here of never feeling safe, even with the defenses in position. Ethan is very quickly attacked by a massive group of these beasts and has to fend them off before they eventually run away. We hear a radio broadcast. Someone is calling for survivors to group up at
like a
Louise's
handful of
house
times,
in the village.
I think so.
We can head outside and we are once again swarmed by these things. There's an impossible number of them, and Ethan is eventually overrun by the Lycans and a massive foe.
I will say one of my favorite things to do, and we might do this tomorrow after we watch Kamen Rider, is I might just do a New Game Plus playthrough of this. Because it's so funny to go through on like the lowest difficulty with infinite ammo, max like Magnum, you know? One shot every boss, that kind of thing.
One wielding a hammer and a luscious beard. Before they can rip our main character to shreds, they are called off by something and Ethan is saved. One thing I'd like to note here is that some of the Lycans are riding horses, which I thought was really cool, but we just literally never see this in the game again.
Oh yeah, it literally never happens again. They just show up with like dudes on spikes.
Which I thought was really cool.
Like, they have like a dude shish kebab. What? Grabbing is annoying. It does give off the sense of even when armed, you're not safe or unstoppable. Yeah, I get that. I do agree there.
But we just literally never see this in the game again. I wanted to have chase sequences on horseback and satisfyingly shoot Lycans off the backs of their steeds.
I have a Magnum.
Nearby, Ethan meets an old crone speaking in riddles. She tells Ethan that Rose is in danger and Mother Miranda brought her here.
Oh wait, yeah. Why did you only do this once? Why did they only do it once with like them on horses? I think it was just to kind of be like a set piece of like, welcome to the village. The Lycans are in charge here. Buckle up, bitch.
The bell in the castle goes off once again, and the woman says that it spells doom for them.
Doom.
In the nearby graveyard, a massive door sits between us and the castle proper. We need 2 crests to open it. One of them is in a church to the east. This church holds more of that strange iconography that we saw before, depictions of a foreign god that we've never seen before. There also happens to be a map to Louisa's house, which we can head to through the fields. The gate is locked when we get there, though, and we meet a girl from the village. Her father is injured, but they say they can't get into Louisa's because it's locked. We can jump the fence nearby, though, and let them in. When someone finally answers the door, a man inside is armed. Louisa lets them in, but it's clear that they are tentative, specifically because Ethan is an outsider and because the injured man is bleeding.
Oh, I think someone pointed this out. This is Lucas's VA as well, isn't it? Aside from just being Moreau. The big hammer guy is like an optional area boss too. Like the game doesn't tell you about him, I don't think. Oh yeah, that you can actually beat him. It is just insane. Like I think it's impossible to beat him on your first playthrough, but you can just straight up beat him on New Game Plus, which is kind of crazy.
The Lycans might be attracted to the smell of blood and attack. This section teaches us a lot about the local customs and how the average townsfolk view the lords of this land, the ones we'll meet in the large castle. Those images and the iconography that we've seen around the village are actually of Mother Miranda, these people's local religious figurehead. They are
I do wish maybe there was a little bit more Mother Miranda stuff. Like we talked about it before, and like this is good. This is like a good introduction to the game. I do think how Village handles the introduction with meeting all the characters, a little bit of exploration, a little bit of, you know, fighting, and then more exploration, and then more fight. A little bit. It's fed to you like very piecemeal in a good way. But as soon as you get to Castle Dimitrescu, it feels like Miranda is like never mentioned again. Like contextually, story-wise, we get this big introduction to her, and like people are praying to her, and she's some sort of patron saint for the village or some sort of deity for the village, and like that's it. That's all we learn about her. And it is, man, I almost wish that we would have met Miranda and she would have given us like the creeps. You know? I think that could have been cool too.
All quite scared of what's going to happen to the village, but they begin to pray to Mother Miranda for
all that's
mercy.
left.
Great ones,
There is no one
hear
left.
our voice. Together as one in reverence, we call on thee within the endless dark
to
deliver us into fate's hands. As
Like these prayers are so cool, and this is the only time we see the village actually be like religious in any capacity. Whereas if you want to use Resident Evil 4 as like a counterpoint, we start seeing more and more of it as we go in, especially as we get to Castle Salazar, you know?
the midnight moon rises on black wings, so we make our sacrifice.
We did meet the old woman who turned out to be
Await the
Miranda.
light
I'm
at
out.
the end.
It's the same
I
prayer
guess.
that the old crone spoke when we met her. Pretty quickly, the injured man reveals he has turned and begins to attack the group around him. His daughter doesn't want to believe it, but she eventually pulls the trigger and kills him. Everyone else is lost in the ensuing fire, and Ethan and Elena must push forward and try to escape the building.
Also, that is wild to me that Louisa blasts her father into the fire here. Like, blast. That's a full-on shotgun blast. And he gets back up like nothing happens. You want to talk about damage sponges? They're damage sponges in the cutscenes, too. All you get about Miranda from then until the end of the game is her phone call with Lady D, Moreau, and Heisenberg like once or twice. Yep, that's it.
Push forward and try to escape the building. They use a truck to reach the upper levels as the fire starts to gain ground, but Elena is separated from Ethan and falls from the floor. Ethan is basically a bad luck charm at this point.
Why does this keep
Meeting
happening to
Ethan
me?
means you're certainly going to die
God damn it.
soon. As we escape the building, its sole survivor, we can find the second crest that we need to enter the castle. Ethan sees a strange figure killing a peasant off in the field and heads towards the large building. On the way, we can find the old crone laughing about the death that has come to the villagers. Heading through the door, we can finally make our way inside the castle, but just as we're about to head upstairs, we are stopped by Heisenberg, a man that seems to have some control over metal.
This is one of the parts where I do think there's a little bit of inconsistency with the storytelling in terms of air quotes powers. And that's specifically the healing powers, because Ethan gets like impaled with like rebar here, doesn't he?
Basically Magneto. Heisenberg
Yeah, he gets like giga impaled like in the abdomen or something. And like they just never address it. They're like, he's fine. It's just a flesh wound. But like he has to heal the hook slices in his hands, and he has to reattach his hand later. So it's like, what are the injuries that are deemed as big enough? Are any of them?
Captures Ethan and drags him to the central chamber of the castle, where
he
we
could
see
be Magneto if he
group
wants to
debating
be.
what exactly to do with Ethan.
He can be
Just like
Magneto
the
if he
dinner
wants to
scene
be.
in Resident Evil 7, this is our introduction to the antagonists of Village. Mother Miranda is the head of this entire group, and she has 4 children, which each serve as a lord
Horseman?
of
I
their
think he's
respective
a horse
areas
themed.
surrounding the castle. We will contend with these
Heisenberg,
lords
yeah.
one by one and
Hi,
learn more
Ori.
about
Welcome
them
in.
through their respective
Mold
domains.
healing powers,
The first of which is Lady Dimitrescu, a giantess and vampire
Dimitrescu.
that rules over a large castle. The second is Donna Beneviento, seemingly a veiled woman controlling or projecting herself through a small doll. The third, Salvatore Moreau, a disfigured hunchback wearing a crown
I don't think I knew that his name was
bones.
Salvatore.
And the fourth and final lord, Karl Heisenberg, the master of metal and ruler over the factory.
Shut your fucking hole.
We'll get into each of these lords more in depth later,
Have a
but this
seat.
whole family has an interesting dynamic as a group, each of them vying for Mother Miranda's favor and effectively competing to show her their prowess. Miranda eventually chooses to give Ethan to Heisenberg to do with as he pleases. Dimitrescu stands against this decision openly, determining that she could more effectively. Dimitrescu stands against.
I love this shot where you can see like he's activating his powers. I don't know why I really like that. I think it's just a nice touch to see like the vibrations coming off his hand with the magnetism, you know?
Winters. Ultimately, the decision stands, though, and Heisenberg decides to put on a show for everyone by sending Ethan back into the castle and letting him run for his life. We run through the castle, dodging a variety of spiked traps and lichens, before eventually arriving outside Castle Dimitrescu itself. Before we enter the building, though, we meet a new character.
Heisenberg was chill.
Duke.
I do like
the Duke,
that.
as I
this
said
is the
before,
first time
is
you
the
meet
merchant
Duke
for this game. He will sell us weapons and upgrade them for a price, but he also becomes an interesting character unto himself. He was originally planned to be a 5th Lord during the early stages of the game.
You can kind of see that in Shadows of Rose. I get that.
But that part of the plot was cut sometime during development. After stocking up on some ammunition, we can head inside.
Yeah, I think 4 lords was enough. I think if there was a 5th lord, they probably would have had to take away time from other people. I think 4 was enough. Absolutely.
Of the castle proper.
Duke the Bro,
Most of the game is split into 4 separate areas. The first area that we'll explore is Castle Dimitrescu. The castle is the domain of Lady Dimitrescu and her 3 daughters. Each area is themed around the lord that rules it and the house that occupies it. The theme of this section is very much classic gothic vampire style.
I love it.
While Resident
so
Evil 7
much.
modeled itself after the slasher movies of the 70s and 80s, Village very much models each of its areas after a style of classic horror monsters.
Yeah, so we've got vampire, we've got werewolf, we've got like lake monster for Moreau. What is Donna? Like killer doll? It seems more like experiment or like abomination kind of thing. And then 4 is like mechanical porcelain dolls. Yeah. I didn't want to just say cursed dolls because I feel like that's just such a vague thing. But I guess you could say like the Annabeth horror type stuff, you know? I do agree with that.
Castle Dimitrescu is a large building with weaving hallways, secret passageways,
Ghost
and a
Frankenstein.
focus on
I
the
like that.
torture of men for the purpose of obtaining their blood. It has a regal atmosphere,
Psychological,
about it, similar to the
Edgar
castle
Allan Poe
in
for
Resident
Donna.
Evil 4.
Ooh.
Lady Dimitrescu
Like
is
that.
also sort of a stalker enemy in this game. Sometimes she will follow us around the castle and chase us down, unable to be killed outside of her scripted boss battle later. She isn't present for the whole game, though, which was a large complaint with fans on release. If you've heard about Resident Evil Village at all, then you have seen the memes about Lady Dimitrescu, and I don't need to repeat them all here. Obviously, she was a hit with fans, and this was, like I said before, because of the distinct design that every lord had in the game. Dimitrescu is no exception to this. A 9'6" vampire woman doting a long white dress and a large black hat. She sticks out amongst the rest, and the game is constantly pushing just how unique she is.
I mean, it's true.
Even when she walks through doors, she has to duck
down.
To get out.
Yeah.
The character was actually born when Tomonori Takano drew this prototype version of her crouching to get through a normal-sized door.
Wait,
Even though
really?
Dimitrescu is distinct, I think the other characters in the game are just as unique and bold in their designs.
Big agree with that. I do think Moreau is kind of not boring, but I think just because Moreau's character, not the design, is kind of whatever, you kind of forget about him. I do think like the killer possessed doll, the giant vampire woman, and the master of magnetism, sweaty hot man failure Heisenberg, those are just like more memorable than Moreau's. And then Mother Miranda is just unbelievably forgettable, except for the big reveal that she's a shapeshifter, I guess. You know? Moreau is certainly in this game, yeah.
Dimitrescu was just paid special attention to because she got the Coomers out there all riled up.
What's the
As we
descriptor
enter
for
the
Heisenberg?
castle
What do you
and read
mean?
a plaque on one of the doors, we are introduced to Dimitrescu's 3 daughters, Bella, Cassandra, and Daniela. These ladies are excited that they were delivered a new feast in that of Ethan, but since the man was part of such a debate between the families, they bring her to Dimitrescu so she can decide what to do with him.
That's the other part. Like, look at this.
Between the family.
Through the leg, injury is never addressed. Only the injuries on his hands are addressed.
They bring her to Dimitrescu so she can decide what to do with him.
Man,
obviously, they've dropped a great fortune right in her lap. They hang Ethan up on a hook for now because the lady wants to inform Mother Miranda before they decide what they should do. Ethan has to rip his hands apart to get down from the hooks. Heading back into the main hall of the castle, we can find 4 statues.
I still think there was a better way of handling this. I don't think you needed to just pull down. I think you could have he could have like pulled himself up slightly and like wiggled himself free. Also known as Ethan's suffering simulator. There is a lot of inflicted pain on Ethan and his hands in this game. I will say that. Hey, yo, who's wiggling? What's up, Zeph? Hey, it's good to see you. How are you? What's up, homie? We're watching the retrospective of Resident Evil Village. It is the last retrospective video we have to watch because we finished playing every single main series Resident Evil over the past 7.5 months. Is Ethan Loki a masochist? No, but a part of the reason why they did so much hand like mutilation and damage is because when you play things like horror, because your hands are such a big part of what you do every day, seeing them injured resonates with more people significantly stronger. So it's supposed to instill that sense of fear and terror. Good on you, getting prepped for Requiem. Yeah, absolutely. Really, really excited for it. Resident Evil is one of my favorite franchises. We started this back in May, right before Requiem even got announced. So, like, literally beginning of May is when we started. We started with Resident Evil 1 Original, then we played Remake, then we watched a video, then we played 0, watched a video, 2 Remake, watched a video, and now we finally are all the way up to 8. Best coincidental timing. Yeah, I'm really happy with how it turned out. Ethan needs a vacation. Well, he gets a nap in the dirt. Does that count? Oh my gosh. Safari has been shot, bitten, stabbed in the legs, then dragged and hooks through the hands. Yes. Oh, plus the rebar. Because he got like rebarred in the gut. By Heisenberg. We just didn't see it in the video, but when Heisenberg captures him the first time, he does stab him in the gut with rebar. So yeah, permanent one.
To get down from the hooks.
True.
Heading back into the main hall of the castle, we can find 4 statues have risen from the ground. Each of these requires a mask to be placed at the head.
Ethan's
to
healing
open the
factor was
door out of
insane
the
in this
castle.
game. Oh,
that's our overall goal for this section, to find all of these
We're gonna
masks
with the rebarb through the
and
gut.
get
Yep.
out. The Duke has a new room set up.
Base
within
choice
the
on
castle,
YouTuber to
seeking
watch.
make some more.
I agree. I reached out to them to make sure that they were okay with me to react to their content. Typically, entirely, anybody that I react to when I'm streaming, I've already reached out to them privately to make sure that they're okay with me reacting to their content. And luckily, your favorite son gave me their consent. And like I said, we started this 7 months ago, so I think they only had like 2 or 3 Resident Evil videos out then.
Coin from our adventures. He gives us a nudge in the right direction, saying that Rose might be in Dimitrescu's chambers. We can access a new little minigame that was introduced in Village, the Labyrinths. A note beside the first one provides some background information on these structures.
Duke is such a fun character. He's a villain.
They were created by a craftsman.
Not really. Duke is more so the merchant stand-in character. He's not a villain. He's just he's a merchant, you know? He's technically a villain in the DLC, but it's not him. It's like someone's twisted, warped memory of him that is not accurate to what he is actually like. What's your favorite Resident Evil now that you've played all of them? I think I'm still going to go with classic RE2. Just because it's so good. Like, classic RE2 is so freaking good. But, I liked Resident Evil 3 way more than I thought I was going to, like original RE3. And I could have sworn that I had played it before, but like maybe I'd only just seen speedruns for it, but playing it, way more fun than I remembered it was going to be. And then RE1 Remake is just the GOAT. RE1 Remake is so freaking good. And I played co-op RE5 with Shia, so that was also one of the peak times. It's almost it's almost funny because I played obviously 4 and 4 Remake within like 2 weeks of each other, and both are amazing. Both are 9-10 out of 10 games, you know? But it's almost like, because they're so good and so obviously good and so distinctly good, this is such a weird thing to say. It's almost boring. It's like, yes, this is a fantastic game, but you don't have like quirky things to talk about. Like RE3 original, I can be like, man, this game is so fun. It's so different than RE2. It's so much more fast paced. Nemesis is insane, having to decide between wanting to fight him and wasting the ammo and the healing items versus everything else. And it's like, what am I going to say about RE4? That hasn't already been said. It's been a good year of RE content for Roy and Son. I agree. Love the detail where the Duke quotes the merchant from RE4 inferring their friends. Oh, yeah. He says, what are you buying? Oh, that's just something a friend would say. Like, something like that, I think. I'll buy it at a high price. Not enough cash, stranger. I think that's very fair, especially in the modern age, as opposed to playing them as they were releasing. Yeah, probably that. I will say the games that I think need the remakes the most, Code Veronica really needs a remake, because that game had so much going for it and it fumbled so hard in so many different ways. Resident Evil 0, same problem. And then I think just skip RE6, keep pretending like it didn't happen, and remake RE5. Because RE5, I think genuinely could just be an amazing, amazing game. Does it need it right now? We could probably wait another decade. Do I really want it? Yes.
Named Norstein. The artist took his own life after creating them and supposedly stored the crystallized remains of his 4 wives inside of the puzzles. Each labyrinth requires a specially made ball to use. These balls are optional and can be found around the world. Each labyrinth is also designed to reflect the area that we're
6 couldn't happen in the canon timeline.
The castle being...
Whoa. All right, man, we get it. We get it. You have a small dick and you have to compensate by revving your engine. Yeah, literally what I'm saying. Yeah, there's a mini road behind my apartment complex. It technically doesn't have a speed limit, but I think the speed limit's like 25 or 35 because school buses drop off kids there and it connects to the apartment complex. But like, I don't think I've ever seen a single cop ever on that road. For some reason, people are always like, I'm just going to go 120 miles an hour on this one and rev everything. And it's, mind you, it's 20 after 11. It's 11:20 p.m. Homie, have some respect for the people around you. That's crazy. Anyway, back to balls. My
Crafted
favorite.
after the very same structure that we inhabit. These puzzles are pretty simple tilt games where we have to guide the ball around a little obstacle course so that it can reach the goal. Once it does, we get one of the crystallized remains and can sell it to the Duke for a high price. I thought these were a really neat addition that made Village feel unique. They don't take up a lot of the game and aren't that significant in the grand scheme of things, but I found them really enjoyable. Heading deeper into the castle, we can eventually get access to a vanity room, but we are attacked by one of the daughters. We can't damage her quite yet because she constantly turns.
Yeah, this gave me shades of like The Mummy, like with Brendan Fraser, with like the locusts like popping out of like your skin. It's so creepy. Like they just, and again, these injuries never get addressed. Ever. These injuries are never addressed.
Of bugs, so we just have to run away for now. We can find some secret passages and solve a few simple puzzles to get access into the dungeons, though. Down here, we'll contend with a new enemy type, the Moroaika. These are the denizens of the Dimitrescu.
One more time.
A new enemy type, the Moroaika.
Moroaika. Okay.
These are the denizens of the Dimitrescu dungeons.
Bug horror is my worst nightmare. It's definitely creepy.
Strange vampiric-like creatures kept out of the sun and seemingly infected with a similar bloodlust to the lady herself. They're much slower than the Lycans, but they do wield a variety of weapons, which can do quite a bit of damage. As we get out of the dungeons, we're chased by Cassandra once again, except this time we find out how to defeat her. The cold seems to disrupt her defensive powers in some way, so bringing in a good gust of the outside wind will make the daughters susceptible to our attacks.
I think the whole thing was when they were trying to do experiments, they had like these, they infected them with the Kado, I think, and then their bodies essentially were eaten by a bunch of like bloat flies or something like that. And then the bloat flies formed together to form their bodies afterwards, almost like it was like a radio signal being told. And then they reformed into what they look like now. But because those specific flies hate the cold, they are unable to go outside. I don't think it affects Dimitrescu. I think it's just the three of them. I should replay Village. I haven't touched it since the DLC. That's how I was too. Since Shadows of Rose, yeah. Or Shadow of Rose. Call them zombie vampires. Yeah, I get that.
We can usually do this by breaking nearby windows or blowing up cracks in the wall. I really like these boss battles, even though there is 3 of them, and they're sort of the same thing repeated. It's still a really good way to weaken an enemy. Using this dynamic environment to defeat a boss feels really satisfying.
I would say I was pretty satisfied with it because after the first one where they kind of tutorial it for you, you're kind of looking around going like, oh, how do I get the cold into this room? And it makes you think differently. So that was always a really, I think that was a fun add for the castle.
With Cassandra dead, we can find a prized wine of Lady Dimitrescu's. We can use this wine to gain access to a back room with a key to the outside courtyard. This eventually leads us to another building and an underground passage, which is flooded with either blood or wine, both equally gross options.
I'm going to say blood.
This passage leads to a balcony just outside of Dimitrescu's private room, though.
Blood
we
feels
can
like it makes more
eavesdrop on
sense.
her to see her taking
The flies
a
ate the
call
bodies
from
and ended
Mother
up forming
Miranda.
the hive mind
It's
by
actually
observing
really
their memories
funny
and
to picture
personalities.
Mother Miranda using a phone. This holy angelic godhead figure using a phone is just infinitely goofy. Miranda tells her daughter to find Ethan and ensure that they make it to the ceremony they're having soon. But at this point, Dimitrescu doesn't care. She wants to get revenge on Ethan, especially now since he's killed one of her daughters. We can find a bassinet in this room, but Rose isn't here. And as we try to leave, Dimitrescu shows up, throwing Ethan through the floor into the dungeons. She offers Ethan a final warning, though.
Rest while you can, because I will hunt you, and I will break you!
I like that. I wish that's kind of what we got as the start of like the hunting segment. And technically it is. Like that's when you can start running into Dimitrescu. But then it's like you're immediately down here. Right? And don't you have to then take the elevator? Or is this Yeah, I think then immediately you have to take the elevator and you run into her like immediately. It's like it's only been like a couple minutes. What did you do to my daughter?
As we're escaping the dungeons, we meet with Dimitrescu pretty quickly.
Yeah, that's what I'm saying. You run into her like immediately. She's like, rest while you can. For 5 minutes? Not even? It's like 60 seconds later. Oh my gosh.
Severs Ethan's hand, and we have to run around trying to find another way out of this place. Ethan luckily puts the thing back on, but the lady's massive claws are a fearsome weapon that needs to be avoided at all costs. We can take an elevator back up to the courtyard and access a new building off to the side. In here, we can find notes from Dimitrescu.
Ethan just reattaching his hand so casually with like the first aid med, and then it also restores his jacket, is always such a weird thing because it makes sense when you know that Ethan is made of mold, you know? Sure, reattach his limb. The one thing that doesn't make sense, though, is the jacket. And the jacket's not made of mold because he gives the jacket to Chris to give to Rose. The jacket's real. He's not.
Courtyard and access a new building off to the side.
Can't seem to stay away.
We can find notes from Dimitrescu talking about her experiments to create daughters. She was eventually successful in creating the 3 that she has, but they're dropping like
special
flies
type of
with
fabric.
Ethan
Yes.
We gain a new key in this building by playing the piano correctly, and at this point, we will be able...
This should have just been Moonlight Sonata. It would have been so funny. For no reason. Just don't let it go. Just keep making a reference to it every single time.
Able to get 2 masks by killing another one of the daughters back in the main building. Dimitrescu will start to chase us around the facility at this point, swiping her giant claws in the hopes of taking off Ethan's head. One thing that I have to praise Village for is the fact that it takes a lot of what RE7 did right and just does it again. We see a return.
It just does it again. It's like when Jack is chasing you, I think after the garage encounter you had with him.
Here of a lot of the structural success that the previous game had.
Yeah.
Getting keys later in the game that unlock doors back in the main part of the
welcome
castle.
in.
Optional rooms are now open, meaning that we can decide to head back and grab things that we couldn't before. Now, of course, the combat in Village is a bit more action-y than it was in RE7, so heading back and grabbing optional upgrades isn't really a choice, but more of a foregone conclusion. That is,
I'm pretty sure most people go back for the upgrades.
Until Dimitrescu is introduced as a stalker. Now that she's around, we almost don't want to go back there because we can't defeat her.
Yeah, but you can avoid her. She's really easy to avoid because there's so many like multiple routes that you can take to get through the castle that if she's just blocking a path, just take a different path. Everything winds and connects to each other in some way or another.
We know that she is a fixed presence. She certainly doesn't stand up to the likes of Mr. X or Nemesis as the greatest stalkers in the series, mostly because she just isn't present for the whole game, but she is really good while she is around.
Can you imagine you fight Dimitrescu, you beat her, And then as you're leaving Donna's, you see that Dimitrescu has regenerated and turns into a stalker enemy for the rest of the game. Can you imagine? And as the game goes on, she becomes more and more corrupted. That would have been sick. Yeah, that would have been awesome. That would have been hard. That's all I'm saying.
New key in hand, we can head back into some old areas and finally take out the last of the 3 daughters. Solving a small bell puzzle opens up a painting and gives us access to the attic. Here we find the sniper rifle and can head out onto the balcony to face another new enemy, the Samka. These are basically the same as the Moroaika in design, but they are gifted with the ability to fly. While they generally are pretty weak, they are a huge pain to take out because of their erratic movements.
Yeah.
It's generally best to wait for them to get close before even trying to shoot them so we don't waste a ton of ammo.
That's usually what I did.
We can head across the castle rooftops and eventually take a zip line down to a locked area to retrieve the 4th and final mask.
They probably thought that would interfere with the recurring enemy and the giant with the hammer that keeps popping up throughout the story. Yeah, but he only shows up twice. He shows up once in the beginning. Oh, and then in a cutscene right after that. And then you have the boss fight with him. And then the one you fight as Chris is a different one. That's the one from the beginning of the game.
Since we have all we need for the puzzle, we can open the strange door that we saw when
there's an achievement for hitting one from far away. Ooh.
This allows us to head to a chapel off to the side.
Who is that? There's 2 of those like big hammer fucks. One that you see at the beginning of the game, and then there's one you see later in the Lycan stronghold. Those are 2 different ones. There's 2 of them. Because that one that you see at the beginning of the game is the one that you fight as Chris later. So...
where we find a dagger inside of a coffin. Dimitrescu attacks after realizing that we
Also, I love that there's lore for this dagger, and then it immediately is lost. This dagger is laced with like 40 million different types of poison, and it's supposed to be like an insanely invaluable dagger. I think it would have been amazing, like super freaking cool, if this was our upgraded knife for the rest of the game. How cool would it be to have an upgraded knife? Right? The most deadly dagger, and we don't even get to keep it. It's literally just for the cutscene. She stabs you, which you also don't address. You're just like, oh, I'm fine, I'll heal it off. And then you stab her, and she's like, oh! Like, she freaks out. It's just a family heirloom. Oh, is it an heirloom? Man, I wish we got to keep it. Or if it was like a post-game weapon. The only post-game add-on like upgrade for the knife is the karambit, which is really good, mind you. But and then you get lightsabers, which is kind of like, I mean, it's cool, but like it's also like what?
That we've taken out all of her daughters, and Ethan stabs her with it. This causes her to fully change into her mutated form, a giant crystallized dragon that takes itself and Ethan to the skies.
I love this thing.
We have
It's
to fight
so
this thing
creepy
on a massive
looking.
tower, mostly aiming for its weak spot, which is Dimitrescu's body sticking out of the back of the dragon-like creature.
Cool.
This is actually a pretty great fight, especially considering that Dimitrescu destroys
He's the one given the most
entire
development as a villain.
tower
The rest were
during
fairly
the course
single
of our
note.
battle.
True.
It's intense.
The boss was a cool
it
fight.
feels
I liked it.
dynamic, and the whole thing
Yeah,
looks
lightsaber, yeah.
really good.
I forget what
We're
the
eventually
requirement
forced
is,
to the
but
top
yeah,
of the
there's
tower
3
where
lightsabers.
Dimitrescu drags us down.
There's a red, a blue, and a green one, and they all do something different. The red one is for damage. The green one, I think, heals you. The blue one, I think, is good at blocking. I can't remember, though.
To the bottom with her. The fall luckily kills the vampiric woman, and she crumbles to dust before our very eyes.
Kills her, doesn't kill you.
This finishes the castle section of the game, which was honestly quite a shock to me. A lot of the reception from the fans echoed this as well, because Dimitrescu was such a popular character before the game released.
Yep.
A lot of the marketing material focused on her. You would be led to believe just by watching the trailers for the game that she was the main antagonist, but she's actually killed in the
Double S ranking every Merc stage. That's right. That's probably why I never did it, because I got really tired of trying to do mercenary stuff, because I was not enjoying the mercenary stuff, unfortunately, which is I think why I never platinumed or got all the achievements in RE Village, because I just didn't want to do that.
first couple
Maybe
hours.
I'll go back
or
and
so.
try and finish it.
I don't really think this was the fault.
That can be something that I do before Requiem comes out, is I can go back and try and get all of the achievements in every Resident Evil that's on Steam before Requiem comes out. We can make it Discord Hangouts. I like that. There we go.
Of Capcom or the team. I think they did exactly what anyone would have expected them to do, which is lean into the viral marketing that they were basically being handed at the time.
Ethan survives this, becomes a reoccurring plot note that gets repeatedly constant. Constant as the story progresses, with growing disbelief behind it. There's a lot of times where it's like, I'm fine with hand waving when the story kind of like talks about it. Like him reattaching his hand with the healing juice, whatever. Him healing his hands, using healing juice after pulling them from the hooks, whatever. But there are so many injuries that he gets that he just kind of walks off and then it is never talked about. Domitresk stabs him in the stomach and then he stabs her with a knife. Never talked about. Heisenberg stabs him with rebar. Never talked about. He gets mauled by a beast when he returns to the village. I think after Donna's. Never talked about. There's so many injuries that he gets. And I'm just like, man, doing mercenaries modes could be fun. Yeah, I think so. People were so mad when she was the first to go. Yeah. Hi, Kaito. Sorry I'm late. I was asleep. No problem at all. Welcome. We're glad to see you. Once a dusk bunny, always a dusk bunny.
Also, the developers tried to make it pretty clear in many interviews that it wasn't just Dimitrescu that you would be facing against in the game, and that there were many more characters to fight. But I don't think most people really read that deep.
No, they did not. They saw a big vampire sexy woman and were like, I want her throughout the entire game, and then she's not even in a quarter of the game.
Overall, I think the castle section is really well designed. It's the first time that the game starts to
It
actually
might be the
open up a little
strongest.
bit, with the first hour or so being
Kind of stuff is what
incredibly
stops me from
linear.
really liking
The
it. It's still
problem
fun
with the
though.
linear structure.
What with the castle being the shortest, or mercenaries, or both. I saw a hot woman and went Ooga Boonga. It's true. Meanwhile, I saw Heisenberg and I was like, whoa, what's got you covered in sweat like that? Oh my god.
In the beginning is just that it feels like we're being railroaded for a bit too long. We know that the game
Yes. Okay, I did also complain about this a little bit. You're railroaded so much with being put on the Mother Miranda plot, and then Mother Miranda is like not talked about beyond this railroading. I love Magneto Cage.
game will open up at a certain
Castle part
point,
felt the most fleshed out, and I enjoyed
because
that
we're
part too.
encountering
Yeah.
a lot of locked doors
I feel
and
you there.
boxes that need
Miyaku
specific
Vermilion.
keys right from the beginning. It just takes a bit too long to really
Heisenberg is
give
that
us the
hot.
reins.
He's like if Dante was on a list. What? Disagree. I think Heisenberg is hot.
I think
I think
Castle
Heisenberg is pretty
Dimitrescu
hot.
is probably the height of the game's action and horror blend.
I agree.
It doesn't feel that heavy on the horror, which isn't my preferred taste, but it does feel like the fully idealized vision that the team was going for.
Excuse me.
Other areas will fall more into the horror category, and others will create some weird blend that doesn't really work, but we'll get there. Nearby Dimitrescu's body, Ethan finds a strange square jar with her house logo on top.
Obviously I'll bring this up more as we go through the story here. This is one of the ones that always kind of baffles me story-wise. How long was Ethan unconscious that by the time that he gets to the village from the truck, that Mother Miranda's not only escaped with Rose, regenerated, gotten back to her team, killed Rose, and separated her corpse into 4 pieces and given it to each of the lords to then put in an area that's like grand prize keeping. How much time passed? How long was Ethan unconscious? Was it like hours? Was it days? Like he had to have been out for a while, right?
Taking this with us, we eventually come across the old crone again, who is praying over an underground
sleeper,
altar.
I guess.
She tells us that we're too late to find Rose, that she's already meant to be sacrificed. We also learn that we need to gather the crests of the 4 houses, which are plainly drawn on a nearby wall. There's a very obvious and familiar-looking symbol behind them as well.
I wonder what kind of logo that is.
Umbrella logo much? We can find a wing
Wait, what did
symbol
that
behind
say?
them as well. Umbrella logo much?
10 chilling Easter eggs you might have missed. That's so funny because I'm sure someone actually did use this sort of thing as a thumbnail. Wow, in case you didn't recognize the logo of the main bad guys for 8 Resident Evil games. 0, 1, 2, 3, Code Veronica, 4, 5, and 6. Whoa. Not to mention Revelations and Revelations 2, kinda, but that's complicated.
We can find a winged key here.
I actually like it. I like Spencer finding the logo and being like, wow, I'm inspired by that. But it is a little ham-fisted at this point. I think it would have been better if it was only when you get to the end with, like, Mother Miranda's lab. I think it would have been better. It was evening when Chris showed up, and then it was near dawn when we see the castle. Yeah, so he had to have been out for a couple of hours.
Which allows us to get to the ceremony site and head back to the village that we initially entered when we started the game. The Duke is waiting for us here and tells Ethan that his quest wasn't for nothing. He's already found Rose. When Ethan inspects the jar, he realizes something awful. This jar contains Rose's head. She's been split into 4 and given to the various lords of the village. Luckily, Rose has some sort of powers, and her essence is still intact. Duke tells us to find a man in the village living in a house with a red chimney. This is sort of the goal for the overarching story of the game, to collect all 4 jars of Rose's body and assemble them back here at the village. Heading through the town.
Yeah, it is definitely one of those like weird things that cutting Rose up into 4, I'm not going to lie, I don't think it does anything for the story. I think they literally, the story could have 1000% have been the same without the flasks. It could have just been you trying to get to the Mother Miranda's, and you have to get these things, these 4 symbols from the 4 lords to get to Mother Miranda's keep, or something like that. Cutting Rose up like that it does nothing for the story. They could have just said she had the power.
And we can actually revisit the church and find that someone has set up a laptop here, noting the locations of both Ethan and Rose. Once we find the house that we need to, we gain a new key.
Could have made it keys
Part of
old
gaining
school
access
Doom
to
style.
4 different lords and their domains requires getting upgraded keys throughout
I never
the
understand
game.
that either. Yeah,
These keys are combined to form winged keys, 4 winged keys, and eventually one with a child in the center. The Duke will inform us of this system, so we need to head through
just
the
the
next
shock value.
gate
I
that
think
we
so
can
too.
unlock, which will take us to the land of
4 flags, head, arms, legs, torso. I think was the other one. It was head, arms, leg, torso.
Donna Beneviento, a doll maker. On the path to the
other small thing, other small complaint. After doing Domitresk, I think the game should have given you the option to do either Moreau next or Donna next. And I think it should have had scaling adaptive difficulty. I genuinely think giving you that freedom it would have added so much more to the game. Or if you get stuck at one, to go back and do the other. It's like the only point in the game where I do think there is a option for branching. You know, just a little bit of give it to them, you know? Yeah, it set it up like it seemed like you could pick what to do next. Yeah, I think it would have been better that way. Yeah. I think it does serve the basic task of showing the kind of person Miranda actually is and how little she cares for things that aren't the solution she wants. So normally I would agree with that. But then we see how much she cares about Rose being the vessel for her daughter's return. And then, but she cut her up. So it's like, it feels, you know, it's a little wishy-washy, right? It's weird in that regard. Mother Miranda, I think, is just a weird character. The more we're kind of diving into this and the more we're talking about it. And I still talk up this game a lot because when you only look at it on the surface, it's pretty pog.
In a Viento estate, we will see images, hallucinations of Mia and Rose. A lot of these visions are either guiding us closer to the house or goading Ethan.
Hey, take care, Tofu. Bye-bye.
Feels.
Have a good one.
Rose feels different. Ethan, you have to fix her.
What the hell is this?
What the hell is this?
Everyone leaves me. Even Rose.
I like the shivering sound because he's in the snow.
At the door to the
Man,
elevator.
Ethan's voice actor did such a good job. What the hell is this? Like through grit teeth, so you can tell like he's like he's tired and cold, and he doesn't even want to be saying that because he's just so tired and cold.
We need to take, though, we are tasked with giving up our memories. This is the moment where we have to place a photo of Mia and Rose that we've had in our inventory since the beginning of the game into the slot. I love little moments like this because especially when you start with an item in your inventory, you never really expect to have to use it. You always just assume that it's going to be a flavor item meant to give more context to the story.
Like Silent Hill 2's picture of Maria.
It's just one of those trends that
and the
seems
letter.
More in line with older game structure than modern one.
Like Silent Hill 2 with the picture of Maria and her letter.
So it's always nice to see. We take an elevator and reach House Beneviento, where we don't find much of interest on the top floor. We reach the basement, and in a room near the back, we find the doll that we saw at the meeting before. She's holding another jar of Rose, but as we grab it, the lights go out and the doll begins to speak with us. When the lights come back on, all of our weapons and items in our inventory are gone.
I mean, probably.
House Beneviento is probably my favorite section of the entire game.
Yeah, it's so funny too because he was saying before how much of a tonal whiplash it is, and it is because it's so much more horror leaning. But I like it. And I don't think I would say whiplash because that's a bit harsh, but huge tonal shift to go entirely to horror and modern horror, you know?
Some of the later sections of the game are very action heavy, but this one is all horror. It feels ripped straight out of RE7, even with some very obvious PT influence as well.
Yeah.
Cramped hallways and dark rooms, flickering lights and disembodied voices.
It's so well handled. I almost wish there was an entire like just Resident Evil game like this, but then I would also probably get kind of frustrated.
It's made to mock the main character's
What's
struggle.
up, Vixen? Hi.
It's fantastic, and it's terrifying.
I agree.
It feels molded after a sort of general ghost horror, maybe movies about haunted dolls specifically, but more of a classic spirit haunting style than anything else. When we come to, we have to solve a massive puzzle that involves a doll that looks to be a replica of Mia. We have to rip off her limbs and check for new items and clues inside.
I really thought that by the end, like when we were done with the doll, I thought we were going to come back and it was just going to be Mia's corpse. And that we ripped Mia's body apart to like solve this puzzle. I would have done that personally. Because I think that would have been a massive shock value, especially as you're running away from the baby. You get back to this table and it is actually just Mia's body now missing an arm, missing a leg, something like that. I think that would have been dope.
Whether this is meant to mock the general death of Ethan's wife, or if it was meant to recreate the autopsy of her, we don't know, but the purpose is there. We can find a key in her arm, some sigils that will let us into another door, a wedding band that holds a key to get into the outside hallway. Eventually, the radio starts playing conversations that Mia had that Ethan wasn't even present for.
Oh God, no. I can't do anything. Anything but this.
Oh man, I love these.
The two's wedding.
And then the big thing with those too is it makes you start to maybe think in your head that like, ooh, maybe Mia is not telling you the truth. Maybe there's more going on, which is awesome too, because there's a tombstone outside before you enter Donna's house, and it's cut off and it ends in Ia. So you think it might be Mia's tombstone and that she's from this village. I was thinking that in my first casual playthrough, and I think that they were trying to imply that because you were going through the hallucinations at the time. I thought it was super cool. There's a lot of stuff that I was thinking about during this time.
Music box is placed in a room down the hall. We can eventually get a piece of film and have to reorder it to match the list that Mia created. This film doesn't hold a list of Mia's favorite things, though. It's a strange videotape of a well.
Ooh.
We can talk to Mia shortly on the phone outside this room and eventually get a final sigil from her chest. This leads us into a room that takes us on the same path that we saw in the film strip. Coming out of the well, we can only hear the sounds of a baby crying, and upstairs, everything has turned red.
How does Mia know Ethan is mold? Mia probably has memories that Ethan's dead. Because remember, Mia was controlled and infected by Evelyn back in Louisiana, but Mia didn't die. With Ethan dying and being mold, they were probably part of the same hive mind, and she was able to cognizantly see that Ethan was dead and was just a mass of mold. That's probably why she knew. And it's probably why she doesn't like remembering or talking about what happened. So I think that's probably the safest answer, is they were part of the same hive mind together and Mia didn't die, but Ethan did. I think that's the easy answer.
With the breaker box key in hand, we can head back up the elevator, but we can't exactly move it because our path has been blocked by a massive baby monster.
What is Rose then? A mold human hybrid, which is why Rose is so powerful. Rose is like the perfect culmination of bioweapon sentient mutamycete combined with human DNA, which is why Rose is so good at controlling and using the mold. So, yeah. Essentially, Rose is a superhuman with powers.
It is absolutely terrifying as this thing chases us through the
Well, not
house.
Umbrella, but what was it called? The Connection? Is that what the organization was called? From 7? I can't remember the name. But yeah, Rose is what they wanted Evelyn to be.
As it coos and laughs. Bathed in red light, you don't want to look. You want to turn and run away. We can eventually hide from it under a bed and watch it as it passes
Something like The
by,
Connection, yeah.
looking for
The
its
Connections,
father.
there you go.
We make a final run for it, and even when we get the elevator working, we have to wait for it to come down. And I'm not exaggerating when I say I was sweating when I heard this thing stomping behind me.
They handled that so
genuinely
well.
Terrifying segment in this video game, and it's strange because it just feels so out of place.
It does,
Don't get me wrong,
but in a good
I'm
way.
not complaining that this segment is here. I'm kind of complaining.
There is no umbrella right now, Sakuya. The only umbrella that exists is Blue Umbrella, which is the remnants of leftover umbrella employees trying to do right by the world again, using like their leftover resources and assets. Neo Umbrella was destroyed after Resident Evil 6. They dropped that as a plot line because they realized how stupid it was. But then again, Blue Umbrella is also a really stupid thing.
That this game never tries to reach these heights again, at least when it comes to horror. After we get back upstairs, the house has deteriorated and is full of dolls. We are attacked by Donna and her unique doll, and we have a boss fight with her, which really just requires playing a game of hide and seek.
Blue Umbrella,
We need to find the doll in 3 separate places across the house before stabbing it in the head to finish it off. We see Donna's real body behind the doll, and she crumbles to dust.
I kind of wish there was more of a moment here, because I think Ethan has the realization, holy shit, I just killed a normal person. And then sees her, obviously, you know, calcify and everything like that. But, like, the realization of, oh my god, I just killed her. And you can see with this, I kind of wish there was a moment there. Because it's one thing when you're fighting, you know, 9-foot-tall vampire monsters or mutated fish dudes. But, like, this was just a woman controlling dolls. Yeah. Yeah, no, air quotes, normal person. Hi, Zuko. Genki desu. Okaeri nasai. They wanted to go with bigger umbrella, but they found out that Wesker had shadow copied every variation of that already, just in case. That's so funny. Excuse me. Sorry. Whew.
We get a new key, and the
How'd she
next
control
jar
the dolls?
that we need.
Literally the mold. She was able to form almost like a psychic link with the mold, and the mold was also her variant of the mold was like a psychic link with these dolls, and also to make people hallucinate to see things. So all of what Ethan saw downstairs was her powers manipulating the spores in the mold to give him hallucinations. Thank you guys. I think there might be another sneeze coming. I feel it.
To reassemble Rose. Another downer to this section is just
Whew. Hive mind magic mushrooms, exactly. Thank you guys. I wish we had more moments or explored of those moments with Ethan. Yeah. Bless you just in case. Thank you. Dolls are implied to be a combination of her moving them around, using the mold, and inducing hallucinations. Yeah, I always assumed that it was a combination of the two. Specifically, the main doll that she controlled, Angie. I always assumed like that one she definitely controlled, but the other ones was part of the hallucination.
just that it's so damn short.
It
It's
is
really
really
only
short.
maybe an hour out of the entire game. And
It is, I think, the shortest section in the entire game. I think the Stronghold is a longer section.
I really wish they would have dedicated more time to this idea rather than some of the later sections in the game.
Yeah, and as much as I've kind of come around on the factory I think is the longest section in the game, and it feels like it.
Now head back to the Duke, and since we got a new key, we'll have access to the next area. Every time we come back to the Duke, though, including this one, we've usually gained some sort of new key, new item, or the landscape has changed, allowing us to access more areas around the village than we did before.
Trade for lay.
This generally means heading back into the village to try and find items, upgrades, and even optional bosses that we can fight for some particularly expensive treasure. I do mostly enjoy the exploration that this game provides, but I did find it to be a bit railroady. There were certain things like the photos of rare beasts that left a bit up to the player's discretion. We had to figure out where these beasts are to kill and capture them, not necessarily just follow a waypoint on a map. Most of the expensive treasures and extra objectives are listed on the map as soon as the world opens up.
Yeah, those parts are a little bit like... It's one thing like when you buy a treasure map and it shows them for you, but like part of the exploring and part of the fun of the game is definitely figuring it out yourself. And it's why it's like finding the rare animals, I think especially before you have the pictures, is always like a feeling of triumph.
We know pretty quickly whether we need something later to get them or whether we can access them now.
To me, the game kind of went downhill once Heisenberg became the focus. It was headed into more of what I had hoped Ari would move away from. I don't know what you necessarily mean by that, but I do agree that I do wish we just teamed up with Heisenberg. I wish there was a world where like Ethan was like, yeah, of course, let's take down Miranda and then I'm out of here. I'll take my daughter and get the hell out. Because, I don't know, he wasn't on good terms with Chris. Might as well make a friend, you know?
A lot of it also isn't as naturally intuitive as Resident Evil 4's system was. That game was just very simple to pick up and understand. Grab the gems and slot them into treasure with different combinations to get extra rewards. I'm not saying that Resident Evil 8's objectives are harder, just maybe more
only Heisenberg
obfuscated
didn't want to
and
use
reliant
Rose.
on map markers rather than good design. With our
Yeah,
new
make him our partner.
key, we can now head into the area of the village that we went to previously. There is a massive werewolf roaming
This thing!
the area, though.
Yeah, this thing like bites the shit out of your torso. It's a whole cutscene where it eats the shit out of you. And then there's no, like, you don't forcibly recover yourself or anything.
So we have to be aware of its presence and sneak around it. Into the next area, we'll find massive piles of slime goo blocking our way. This path will
Ethan
lead
lives this,
into
yeah.
Moreau's Reservoir, the next major section of the game. This one, if themed after a classic monster, would probably take a very vague inspiration from something like the creature from the Black Lagoon. Moreau will pretty quickly be revealed to be a massive fish monster, and a lot of this area is drowned in water until we come along. At the beginning of this section, we head underground and immediately find the next rose jar. Moreau is much less concerned. Immediately find the next rose jar.
It's like you get the flask and he's immediately like, flask?
Jar.
It just always makes me laugh, you know?
Moreau is much less concerned with power or eating Ethan alive.
Oh my
he
gosh.
genuinely just wants the admiration of Mother Miranda. He wants to do
Ethan could have just left, I agree.
better.
Becoming more of a hammy action game, he wasn't really scary because he was too busy being ham and chewing on the scenery and then the weird mecha fight. The kind of thing that was great as DLC in RE7, but having it main game just removed the horror of the game for me. I felt that way on my first playthrough. On the revisit that we did for the retrospective, I actually embraced some of it. A little bit more from the horror aspect, because I felt the same when I played through it in the blind first playthrough, but when I played through it again, I was like, wait a minute, this is like rat in a trap or like rat in a maze, and he's like the overseer trying to make us go through all of his experiments. And it's like, as it went on, it became more and more the horror of a science experiment of we have no control here and we are being forced to play this game. And that is kind of the horror aspect of it. You never know what's going to happen. So like when the lights go out, the power gets turned off, and you start fighting more and more of these bulked up enemies. That's where I was like, okay, I kind of see what they're going for now. But I do agree with you. It does kind of outstay its welcome. I think Moreau's is the weakest of the sections, but I do think the factory is probably my second least favorite. Mouse and a maze type beat. Yeah, exactly. That's the beat that I started understanding it to be.
And his siblings, so that he'll be the perfect child.
I'll just be taking this.
What are you doing with Mother's special child?
She's not hers.
Oh, you have something to say?
What do you mean, Mother's special child?
Mother wants her baby back.
Don't screw
Ribs?
with me.
Wait, please. If you take it, then the others will laugh at me.
We gain the jar pretty quickly, but this section isn't about getting the thing. It's about escaping.
You think it have ran?
the area.
Yeah.
Moreau begins to surround us with his slime goo, and we have to take a boat out of there. We arrive at a small shack with some research equipment, but a soldier attacks Ethan. Chris is here, and Ethan chastises him for killing Mia. Chris and Ethan don't quite get their confrontation yet, though, as Moreau's full fish form attacks us, and we're spit back onto a dock nearby.
This is also a scene I wish got to play out more, because we finally run into Chris, and then he's gone again until we run into him at Heisenberg's factory. Yeah, I was gonna say Chris is only here for like a split second. It feels like it's just to remind you that he's in the game.
Moreau's grotesque bulb-covered form is revealed. He says that Miranda is already preparing the ceremony and vomits all over the place before transforming again. It's clear that Chris is involved in this whole thing somehow and is being painted as the villain, but he at least doesn't want Ethan killed because he saved him just moments ago.
Also, real talk, I straight up, when I first played this, I thought Chris died here. Because when you see this, his character model literally vanishes. This is his outline. This is his outline gone. I just assumed that Moreau ate him. I kind of thought Chris was dead. And I mean, like, of course they wouldn't just want to kill Chris like that. That would be so terrible if Chris actually died. But, like, where did Chris go? His back was to a wall. Like, literally, like, jumps backwards. But where?
We aren't quite sure what his motivations are for killing Mia just yet, but they
Leave it
won't
alone,
stay
Ethan. You are
secret
out
for
of
too
your
long.
depth.
We get to find a nearby reservoir building that has the controls for the dam.
Imagine Capcom letting them kill a legacy character in canon. I mean, they killed Wesker in RE5. And they let Sheva kill him with Chris and not Jill, which still feels crazy to me. And then never brought Sheva back.
Said the exit was underwater, so we have to drain this place to get out. The only way we can do that is by returning power to the dam. This means we'll have to activate the nearby windmills by navigating this watery maze that's been shoddily formed out of the remnants of the village.
Wasted character potential. Yeah, Sheva could have been cool. Sheva sucked. Just like Sheva does nothing in Resident Evil 5. Just like Helena does nothing in Resident Evil 6. Sherry was super wasted in Resident Evil 6. Jake is super wasted in Resident Evil 6. I think Piers is like the only character that I think actually had good development because he was such a good foil for Chris's piece of shit behavior.
Here, Moreau is swimming around the area the entire time, so we have to run across platforms without getting swallowed up by the big monster. The section is mostly fine, but its biggest crime was just that it was so forgettable. The whole thing, just like the Beneviento house, Miles. Is really short, but it also doesn't really do a lot to make itself stand out outside from its visual design.
Yeah.
It looks nice, but that's really something that the whole game has going for it, and it doesn't help this section stand above any of the others.
Agreed.
Also, this whole segment is completely the opposite of what we just experienced, which goes back to the whole tonal whiplash thing we talked about earlier. House Beneviento was very much a full-fledged horror experience.
Bring back Jake and make it Resident Evil X God Hand.
Overcoming fear was the challenge, rather than really dealing seen them as filler characters, mechanics or combat.
You know what's a crazy thing to imagine? Post Resident Evil 6, the only character we saw from Resident Evil 6 was Chris. Until they just confirmed that Leon came back for Requiem, Chris was the only character to escape Resident Evil 6. Because Piers dies in RE6, Sherry never comes back, Jake never comes back, Helena never comes back, and Leon was never in another Resident Evil after that timeline-wise. Ada as well. And Ada was supposed to be in this, but they cut her. Isn't that crazy? That Chris was the only character to make it out of Resident Evil 6? Leon was hiding from shame? No, he went to drink himself to death. That's what the movie Resident Evil Vendetta shows us. Yeah.
This section is full-fledged action, running away from a fish monster as it chases you.
Yeah.
The castle at least felt like some sort of marriage of the two genres, trying to both scare you and provide good combat encounters. Jumping back and forth feels like we're playing
he was scared he experienced twink death and fans wouldn't like him anymore.
Games.
Just gotta age him another 20 years and then people would be like, oh my god, Silver Fox, I almost said Gray Fox, Silver Fox Leon. Oh. Hey, Wild Things, thank you so much for the raid. Welcome in, guys. We're reacting to a retrospective video on Resident Evil Village. It is the last retrospective video we have to watch for the Resident Evil franchise because we played through the entirety of the main series. So if you like Resident Evil, you like Resident Evil Village specifically, come hang out with us. We're vibing.
Once we get the crank from the second windmill, we can activate it and zip line back to the first, starting it up as well.
Yippee!
This allows us to power up the dam and drain all the water from
Hi,
the
hi.
reservoir.
Good to
We
have
can now
you.
travel down into the drained area where we have our boss fight with Moreau. Much like Dimitrescu, Moreau has a small white form of his body sticking out of the giant monster he's become. We need to target that to do some real damage to him, but it's stuck inside of his mouth. We can wait for certain moments, usually after he attacks, to see him expose it. We can also forcefully expose it by hitting the explosive barrels around the arena.
Or by hitting
Moreau
him
will stand
with
on
an
one of the
exploding
buildings at certain
round.
points in the battle and
Monster
launch a
Moreau is not my favorite
barrage of
design.
acid.
It's because it's just kind of lame. You know? Howie, thank you so much for the follow. Welcome in.
Rain down upon us, at which point we'll have to take cover in one of the shelters around the area. Once we finish off Moreau, his slime goo disappears, meaning that we can leave and head back to the Duke once more.
You'd think
That's
he was going to
3
explode
down
here.
with only one Lord left to go. On our way out, we can find some
Fight was easily the worst in the game from a design perspective. I think it was just boring. Because it's like, deal damage to him, shoot explosive barrel, shoot thing out of mouth, hide under roof to not get hit by acid rain, rinse, repeat. But then again, like, I mean, a lot of the RE8 boss fights are kind of like that.
notes in Moreau's room. He was worried.
Yeah, there's a
about
lot
being
of downtime
abandoned
and a lot of
because Mother
waiting in the
Miranda
Moreau
was trying
fight.
to get her real child back. Heisenberg then contacts us through the TV and offers us his help. He wants us to retrieve his flask from a stronghold before we can meet with him. This sends us up into the lair of the Lycans. They've made their home in a massive structure on the mountain, a crumbling ruin that we have to infiltrate. This is basically a big action sequence where we head inside, kill a bunch of Lycans, and then have a boss battle with the Urius that we met at the beginning of the game. We end up finding the final rose jar here, which felt so haphazard to me. The structure of this game felt pretty clear and plain from the beginning. Take out each of the lords and obtain their flasks. But this stronghold area is just so short and really has no consequence on the rest of the game, but somehow it gives us the last flask that we need.
Yeah.
Once obtaining
Hi,
this,
Bekla.
Ethan sees a vision
Hi.
of Rose being looked over by the council. We talk to Heisenberg one more time, who tells us to put all of the flasks in the altar and then to come see him at the factory. We do this, seeing different visions as we place each one inside. Torches around us start to light up, and the way back to the ceremony site is lit.
Today we're vibing.
Now that we have access to this area, we can
We're
actually
enjoying
do
ourselves.
a bunch of extra optional stuff that we couldn't access earlier in the game.
I love this. I love being given the option to backtrack like this. It made me very excited to actually go and explore.
An interesting
I was like,
thing
I
that
can
we
go do
find
this.
Here is a research operation set up in a cave. The laptop here was testing the DNA of one of the local specimens, and it was almost a 100% match to the mutamycete found back in Resident Evil 7. There's a mold colony that runs underneath the village. The note even briefly...
Kind of feels like the fourth flask should have been in Heisenberg's factory. It would have made it more organic. It 100% would have, but then you wouldn't have been able to have the whole, like... Well, I guess he could have just been like, hey... Like, I have a proposition for you. If you can clear, the Lycan stronghold, then I'll give you my flask. And I'll give it to you when we meet. It literally could have just been that.
mentions
I do
the
agree.
Connections, the people that were responsible for the events in that game.
Hey,
we can
there
find
it
an
is.
antique coin here and even an item box that looks just like the ones we used in Resident Evil 7. Heading to the ceremony site, we can place the completed chalice inside of the center, which brings up a massive bridge that we can take to the factory. We ride the elevator down into the ground and head over to the main building, where Heisenberg invites us inside to speak with him. Inside of his garage, he has a conspiracy board that has a picture of just about every character, including Mia. He tells Ethan that he's being played, that this is all a test to see if we are strong enough to be in Miranda's family.
I did actually kind of like this revelation that Miranda is like testing us to see if we're strong enough kind of thing. And then Heisenberg being like, I fucking hate that bitch. You should join with me and let's kill her. That's why I was really excited with this idea. and then we just, don't take
Heisenberg
it.
doesn't want to play into her game, though. Miranda is scared of Rose because she is supposedly very powerful. So Heisenberg proposes they both team up and save Rose and use her to take down Miranda. Ethan, of course, denies his offer and is kicked down into a hole. I really liked Heisenberg's character in this game. I liked how disconnected from the outside world he is, enough to actually offer to use Rose as a weapon against Miranda to her own father. It feels like he's just been wrapped up in this weird religion/family dynamic so long that he forgets what normal people are like. He's also the only character that's sort of somewhat reasonable, at least compared to the rest of the characters in the game.
Yes, exactly. And that's why I was really like, man, I wish we got to work with him because it would have been really fun in that regard. Didn't feel like a bad guy. He just wanted a way out. I mean, he definitely was a bad guy. I'm going to be so real. He definitely was a bad guy because as you go through the factory... we should have gotten the choice. It would have been interesting, but then writing two different paths would have been, I think, very different. Oh, he was absolutely a monster, but it would have been nice to like work with him first and then to come to the realization that he was a monster.
There's something I really don't like about the voice performance here, though.
Ugly ass psycho doll. An emeronic freak.
It's definitely a choice that someone, either the actor or the team, made, because Neil Newborn doesn't sound like this in his other performances as Nikolai in RE3's remake or his roles in Detroit Become
I don't think I knew that he was Nikolai in RE3 Remake.
Human. It's just a
Wait, who is Neil Newborn in Detroit Become Human?
weird choice that sort of fits the character, but also kind of bugs me.
Wait, what's wrong with that? Kamsky? I don't remember who that is. Yeah, I didn't know that he was Nikolai either. Wait, I actually like the CyberLife founder. I got you. I like his performance as Heisenberg. I think because he doesn't sound like a high and mighty like the others, I think that grounds him more and makes him more appealing to the prospect of joining up with him. You meet him with Connor and he's like swimming. He's got a Jared Leto vibe. It's been a while since I played Detroit Become Human. I might have to dip into it to see.
Ethan is kicked into a hole in the floor, and while talking to Heisenberg before, we could hear an engine revving below. Heisenberg has created a truly heinous mechanical beast down here, a fusion of man and
Hobo
jet
Magneto.
engine walks towards us on two legs. We can't defeat it quite
that.
yet, so we just have to run and get spit out into the rest of the factory. This is the final large area of the game, a place where we'll have to fight half mechanical, half humanoid beasts that Heisenberg has created.
Was Heisenberg supposed to be a brother-like figure or like a father? And Moreau is the kid in the weird family dynamic. Brother. So Mother Miranda is the mother. Moreau is like the baby brother. Domitresk is like... Actually, I think Heisenberg is the baby brother. Domitresk is like the big sister. Donna is like a middle child. Moreau, I think, is either also the baby brother, but also a middle child. But they are definitely all supposed to be air quotes siblings. That's why it's Mother Miranda's family kind of thing. But Domitresk refers to him as a child. That's why I'm kind of like, I wonder if they considered Heisenberg to be like the baby brother. Is the asshole big brother to me? It's hard to know.
Sickening combinations of steel and flesh.
Roy's voice acting Ethan lines are nice. Roy sounds so much more like Ethan. I love it. What?
Very clear that the whole theme and inspiration in this area is Frankenstein.
I don't think the others even considered Moreau a sibling. I get that.
I like the factory as a concept, but it's a bit more bland and repetitive than some of the other areas in the game. It goes on a bit longer, and by the end of it, it just feels like we've been in here forever.
Yeah, and this was my big complaint about it. And I did say that I did come around on it a little bit from my most recent playthrough. I didn't hate it as much as I did my first time. But this is definitely another weak section, just because you're here for so long. You're here for so long. I think Dimitrescu was like the first. Heisenberg was the last. I think so.
It's also where some of the stupidest reveals in the story will happen, so it has that working against it as well. Pretty early on, we'll be introduced to a new fodder enemy, the Hauler. These are basically the same as the Moroaika from before, but they have small pieces of metal melded into their flesh. They specifically have them on their head, so obtaining a headshot means that it usually bounces off and destroys the metal first, creating a layer of protection between the enemy and us.
Is there a reason why this enemy in particular you can't get headshots on, but you can on the Lycans? Because like even the versions that don't have the helmets or the headgear, you can't get headshots on. That always bothered me. There's like they never programmed it. Lady D was older than the rest of them, yes. Whereas Baby Heisenberg's older brother to Moreau, but younger than Dimitrescu, yeah.
We will also fight the Soldat enemies here, which come in various more powerful forms. The Eins is the standard variety, a mesh of machine and man that's only weak point is the glowing red core on its chest.
Ah, yes, the glowing red weak point.
These effectively function like a weaker regenerator, as we need to target this small core over trying to do raw damage or even shooting at the head. There's a jet version of the Soldat that can fly around an arena, and even a Panzer version that is covered in a thick layer of armor that has to be destroyed with explosives before it can be hurt. I will say that the enemy variety in the factory is probably the best in the entire game.
There's a lot.
Even though a lot of them start to blend together, there are about as many different enemies just in this one location as there are in 2 or even 3 of the other areas in the game.
Yeah, I mean, because even if you look at like Moreau's area, it's just Lycans. And then you look at the Lycan stronghold and it's just Lycan again. And then you look at Donna's, there's not any. You look at Dimitrescu's, it's just the drained vampire zombie things. So yeah. Fellowship Konica zombies. That's how it felt sometimes. I get that. I'm heading to bed. Bye, Hell Alpha Wolf Girl. Take care. The gameplay's kind of embarrassing. I'm just screaming, save your shotgun ammo.
Moving through the factory, we find an elevator where the Duke
I've had
has
moments
set
like that
up
too.
shop. We have to move throughout the factory, heading up its various floors to try and escape. This will take a while because we start on the 6th floor down. We eventually find a lab with x-rays of Heisenberg's strange experiments. The framing device for this chapter is found in a small foundry room. We'll have to travel back here for a variety of mandatory and optional items. We can find molds throughout the facility that we can take back here and place in the foundry to create the items that we need. Keys, exploration items, and even a ball for this area's labyrinth. Throughout the facility, Heisenberg will talk to Ethan over a loudspeaker, trying to convince him to join his side and take down Miranda. He wants to be out from under her thumb and thinks that all of her experiments, including him, are treated like children rather than the powerful beings that they are.
And those are the parts where I was kind of like, I get now I'm like a rat in a trap and he's like forcing me through all these experiments that he's made like he's some, Frankenstein. But yeah, he's still a monster through and through.
Eventually, we are finally tasked with defeating the Sturm, the strange jet engine beast we ran away from at the beginning of the chapter. We're given a large arena to fight in, and must target the small heat sink on its back. Once overheated, the thing will explode and be defeated. After this, Heisenberg tracks us down once again, and using his magneto powers, he shows his full transformation, a giant beast with a huge metal shell. He casts Ethan back all the way down to the bottom of the factory. Ethan finds Chris down here, telling him to stay out of his way.
I told you to leave it alone,
Chris
Ethan.
Finally reveals the big twist.
I told you to leave it alone.
Chris didn't kill Mia. That was actually Miranda at the beginning of the game. She changed her appearance and tried to trick Ethan by invading his family. Ethan asks the obvious question, why hide this information from him? Chris only says that he didn't want Ethan to get involved because it would complicate the job that he has. He tells Ethan that Miranda has been experimenting here with the mold.
So obviously this is the big reveal now, is that he did not kill Mia, but that Mother Miranda was essentially undercover in Ethan's home for months, and you know, they didn't know. And what I think is the actual explanation is that Chris and his team had no way of knowing whether Miranda was also impersonating Ethan or not, or whether Ethan knew, or that if Ethan knew, then he would have gone apeshit on Miranda sooner, and they wouldn't have been able to do what they tried to do, which was get out. And obviously, like, he's right. Ethan does go crazy and ends up, you know, attacking this village and everything like that. But genuinely, after the intro happened, Chris should have been like, hey, listen, I know that was kind of crazy. We just had to put on the theatrics. It should have just been that. 100% they should have just brought him into the fold right after that. It would have made this so much simpler. I had to say that wasn't Mia, and Ethan would have been much less angry, spiteful, and reasonable. Yeah.
All of the lords are experiments that she has conducted, some large test to an unknown end. Chris decides to let Ethan in on the job now, giving him access to a massive weapon that he's somehow built down here, equipped with a chainsaw arm and a Gatling gun. Their goal is to rescue Rose and to take out Miranda.
This one's a little weird too, because it's like, we just saw Chris at Moreau's. Was this just already down here and he's like just putting it back together? Or did he build this from the scrap? Like, where did this come from?
This reveal is obviously just so stupid.
Yeah.
Mia's death at the beginning of the game happened so fast that I never really truly believed it. The game itself doesn't even really treat it like it's real, but there was so much time for Chris to tell Ethan the truth, and he just doesn't until this very moment.
Yeah.
All because he didn't want to get Ethan involved, but we already ran into Chris earlier, and Ethan was very involved.
Between Moreau and now, it's a
job
good few
than
hours,
Chris
but yeah,
seemed to be doing.
that was a
I
sharp
don't know,
moment.
it just feels
Yeah.
a little too convenient and hokey for me to buy into. I won't say it goes full Resident Evil 6, but it does give me some flashbacks to that game.
It does get you worried, and that's why I said I'm a little worried about Requiem now that it's two characters. I'm a little nervous about that. Two different play styles too.
We board this new mobile weapon, which is made of a polymer composite metal, so Heisenberg won't be able to manipulate it with his powers. We take it up to the surface into the field outside the factory, where we have our boss fight with Heisenberg. This is just a massive action set piece, with Heisenberg throwing huge sheets of metal at us as we unload explosives and bullets into him. It's Resident Evil, so of course we have to target the glowing parts of his body. Our weapon is eventually destroyed, and we're forced to defeat him on foot. For some reason,
He was never
during this
great
fight,
at balancing horror and
Heisenberg
action,
calls
let's be
Chris
honest.
a boulder-punching asshole,
Boulder punching asshole. You're first.
which didn't really make sense to me. Like, has Chris been punching boulders since Resident Evil 5?
I think that was more a joke for the player than anyone else. I think that was it. RE4 was lightning in a bottle. I agree with that. I get the viewpoint from Chris that they wouldn't trust Ethan because he knows that Ethan knows what Ethan is. Oh, but Chris doesn't know what Ethan is. Mia has to tell him when Chris saves Mia at the end of Chris's segment. Chris doesn't know. But going completely no contact after family killing was also guaranteed to cause a meltdown too. True. If someone told me that this was a reenactment of an X-Men movie where Magneto was the villain, I'd believe you. Nah. I think they just had a dossier on Chris, and that bit stood out for Heisenberg, probably.
Or is Heisenberg somehow tapped into a larger consciousness? Or is that just his nickname?
I thought Chris knew because of all the testing they did and hadn't told Ethan. No. As far as I know, he didn't know because Mia goes to tell him at the end.
Point. It's just a nitpick because I know it's a simple reference, but it was weird. We eventually get caught up in a metal tornado that Heisenberg has summoned, and we destroy him by mounting the weapon in the air. Ethan gets a call from Chris telling him that they're on to Miranda and that he should wait there. But Ethan hears the cries of his child nearby. Ethan then sees Mia, but it's clear that it's once again Miranda masquerading as his wife, mocking him over the trickery she pulled. She appears in full and tells Ethan that Rose is the successor to Eveline from the last game.
Yeah.
She has some sort of natural control over the mold. Since the mold catalogs everyone that comes into contact with it, Rose is safe, but she's going to be reborn as Miranda's daughter. She finally tells Ethan that she has no use for him anymore, and she pulls his heart
Oh, yeah.
out of his chest. She's ready to become Rose's true mother and to complete the ceremony for good.
This part was crazy because this is Mortal Kombat levels of fatality. And while we have seen gore in Resident Evil, I feel like this is one of like the goriest in terms of like acts of violence, because obviously we've seen people shot, we've seen people like deconstructing into, you know, flesh T-Rexes a la Resident Evil 6, but like having this be damage inflicted on someone is the thing that I'm like, yeah, and Ethan still lives this. Oh my gosh. Yeah, it's crazy. This part really floored me because I had no idea yet either. I went in blind. This reveal sequence was intense. I love this reveal. I actually genuinely love this reveal. It's definitely the most brutal moment in the series. I think so too. Like, this had me gagged, yeah.
We then see outside of Ethan's body, lying on the ground, no first-person view. Ethan Winters is dead. We then jump over to Chris, who is being informed of Ethan's death by his soldiers. He recaps the events of the game so far. He plans to get revenge for Ethan by completing their original mission to kill Miranda. Chris thinks about how long they've been trying to end the mold. I do like the change in Chris's character, even though some of the things that he does in this game are way too far out of character for him. But the one thing I really do appreciate is the general, more subtle tone to his character, that Chris is a tired, older veteran who is just trying to do the right thing.
Which is a big shift of how we saw him in Resident Evil 6, and then especially by the end of Resident Evil 6. Ironically, it's almost like he and Leon switched positions to some capacity. But I'm very curious now to see how they'll handle Leon returning to action with Resident Evil 9.
But all these years on the job have made him weary. There's almost
I think it's too far out for Chris. He's been at this for 20, nearly 30 years since Raccoon City. Yet nearly 30 is right, because Raccoon City was 98, and in universe it's 2021, I believe. 2022 maybe. I can't remember exactly. I think it's 2021 though. I think 2021 is right. Yeah.
Quiet sadness to him, a pain behind his eyes, a weight on his shoulders. It's an interesting choice for his characterization, and I appreciate the team attempting to breathe new life into the OGs like this.
Man, I also love the musculature because this looks real. This is how muscles look on it. As someone that is built like this is what my arms and shoulders are like. I was like, it's me.
We end up playing Chris here for the finale section of the game. He's working with the Hound Wolf squad, but they haven't fought together in a while. It's kind of hard to tell who Chris is exactly working for, though, because it doesn't seem to be the BSAA based on the way he refers to them in the game.
So BSAA got here already? They didn't waste any time?
I guess it could be Blue Umbrella, but it isn't really made clear.
I will complain about that more later, but unfortunately, one of my least favorite things about Resident Evil Village is that they open up a can of worms with how it ends, and unfortunately the DLC that we got doesn't even remotely come close to answering questions about it. And I don't think it's going to get answered at all in Resident Evil 9 because it just has nothing to do with it. So...
Regardless, our job here
Hi,
is to
Joe.
infiltrate the village
I'm taking
and finally
notes.
take down Mother Miranda.
I'm glad.
There's a massive growth in the town, and the BSAA is getting obliterated. During this section, we basically have unlimited ammo, taking this segment of the game all the way into the action side of the action horror genre
Hi,
spectrum.
Envy.
This, of course,
Good
once
to see
again
you.
comes back to the tonal whiplash discussion. Jumping back and forth so constantly between action and horror just leaves this game feeling all over the place.
I actually liked this segment, but it also felt to me that it felt very cathartic is probably the best way that I can say it. You know, it felt very cathartic to go back through the village with proper equipment and like 2-3 tap these enemies with headshots.
This finale segment, especially switching to a different character and that of Chris, isn't exactly what we expected to be doing or really wanted to do in the finale.
I don't hate it. But yes, I do agree. After Ethan dies, essentially, switching to Chris is this late in the game is very much a, oh, whoa.
I think it worked in Resident Evil 7 because it was the key to uncovering the narrative.
Oh,
Plus,
with
Mia
Mia
was already so wrapped up in the story right from the beginning. Chris has sort of
This is again going back to the Mike helicopter segment. You finally have the upper hand for firepower. True.
just been in the background for most of the
Only
game
for a little
outside
bit.
of that first scene, and now suddenly we're playing him to
Whiplash
swoop
after everything
in
else
and
we've been
save
through.
the day.
I agree.
We move back through the village now with essentially unlimited ammo because there are huge caches of it everywhere.
There's a lot of
As
ammo.
we move through the streets, we see the mutamycete begin to take over the entire place. After mowing down hordes of the lichens, we have to use a
This part pissed me off because they're like, all right, load it again. And your entire progress gets lost if you get hit. And there's this one archer dude that keeps spawning on top of that will always hit you faster than you can target. So timing it is always awkward.
marker to aim our team's ranged explosives at the mold. This allows us to get inside the caves, where we can also use this laser on a larger Urias Strasser. Once it's killed, we can find the megamycete underground.
There it
basically
is.
the heart of the mutamycete
That's good because it was
that Miranda
brief
was working with.
in the finale where the power
Chris
fantasy
places
that
a
mopping up
large
fits
set
narratively.
of
I think
explosives
agree.
inside of this. Right after this, one of Chris's team members straight up tells him that it was stupid not to tell Ethan about Mia's fake death. And Chris is just like, yeah, you're probably right.
I know it's too late now, but we really should have told Ethan the plan.
There wasn't time. We didn't expect Miranda to act
Should have
so
told
soon.
him.
Even so, you should have told him.
Yeah.
We can get access to Miranda.
Yeah, I'm kind of okay with this conversation in the light of like Chris is not infallible. He makes mistakes, and even though he's a grizzled veteran that's been at this for, almost 30 years. But unfortunately, because it happens at the end of the game and literally the next time Chris is going to see Ethan's dead, or Ethan is dying in the next scene that he sees him. So there's not going to be a moment of reconciliation of like, hey, I should have told you, I'm sorry. Like, we never get that. So this conversation just feels kind of moot. I do wonder a world where Chris would have brought Ethan into the fold. I think that would have been interesting, but we'll never see it.
Miranda's lab here. She has a file on each of the lords from the game. Miranda was noting how much of a match each person was to the Kadu she was experimenting with, and how good of a vessel they would be for Eva. This is where the whole story sort of unravels in front of us. Miranda had a child a long time ago that passed away, and she was experimenting with the mold and the megamycete and the Kadu to try and create a vessel that could see her child reborn. Dimitrescu accepted the Kadu very well, but she was not a suitable vessel for Eva because she could suddenly mutate since she regenerated so quickly. Donna Beneviento had some affinity for the Kadu, but her mental state meant
You can't blame Chris for not wanting to drag Ethan into it since he's already been at this for 30 years. He doesn't want another person's life to be upended by bioweapons since Ethan has a family. So, yes. However, there's also the aspect of he's in it already. They literally just dealt with Resident Evil 7, But I do agree with you. That is why he didn't bring him in the first place. What's up, old man Windbreaker? Welcome in.
she wasn't fit for Ava.
Welcome in.
Moreau had a very low affinity for the Kadu, and he had far too many
Ethan's already been
defects to
upended
be
by
a
this,
good
yeah.
vessel. Heisenberg had the highest affinity for the Kadu, but he was still unfit to be a vessel for Eva. We find all sorts of images of Miranda when she was a researcher, even with her child, and then the dumbest note that tries to tie this whole thing back into the Resident Evil story. According to this memo, Oswell E. Spencer had not only met Miranda long ago, visiting her village to see her research into rebirth, but she was the reason he even started researching viruses in the first place. She inspired him so much that he sought to change the entire world. This specific letter that he sent her is just after he found the progenitor virus in Africa, and he's writing to tell her the good news. I really hate when the series does stuff like this because it isn't even really necessary.
Okay. While I do agree that it is not necessary, I also don't dislike it. Not everything always has to tie back to the original, but because this is such a non-issue of like whether you read this or not makes no impact on the game and does not impact the other games that we've seen. So it's kind of just I liked it. I think it's cool. I think it's interesting to have that as an aspect. But yeah, I understand where they're coming from.
We can also assume that this village was where Spencer found the inspiration for the umbrella logo. The only time I think this was ever really well done was in Resident Evil 5 when they showed the origin of the virus, because at least back then there was still space that needed to be filled in, and the gaps had so much room that you could have really done anything with it. Over the years, things have started to become more defined, and so retconning something like this feels very sloppy.
It doesn't feel like a retcon though. It's just a, hey, also this is why this is the way it is. But it doesn't change anything. Again, I think this is just an agree to disagree thing. I don't think it's bad. I don't think it adds anything. I don't think it takes away anything. It just is a thing. So,
in the back room of this lab, we find Mia, the real Mia. Miranda was experimenting on her, but Chris gives her the bad news that Ethan is dead.
Yeah.
Mia doesn't grieve because she knows this is impossible. We then jump back to Ethan, who's in some sort of vision dream world inside of the Megamycete.
Yep.
He begins speaking to Eveline, or at least some vision/memory of her consciousness.
I liked Evelyn being here again.
This is the biggest reveal of the entire game, that Ethan is still technically sort of alive because he was actually dead the entire time.
The boy's still
Ethan
kicking
actually died back in Resident Evil 7 when he was attacked by Jack. Ever since then, he's been some sort of walking corpse, reanimated by the mold in the Baker house.
Yup.
This sort of explains why Ethan was able to reattach his limbs so many times throughout the series, and why he could sustain wounds that would kill anyone else. This twist is foreshadowed a few times throughout the game in very subtle ways.
Starting to go a little stale.
Hey, remember me? I almost died up at that castle. Tell me, what is going on around here?
How can a man be almost dead? That's a question for the wise.
I like the foreshadowing here because I genuinely didn't notice it until I was watching back through footage.
I agree. I also did not, like, I kind of just chalked it up to being goofy game mechanics. But, like, going back and, like, picking up on all the subtlety is, like, I really like this. This is an awesome reveal that I think was handled very well.
And literally would have never guessed it on a first playthrough. I don't think that part of the games really needed explaining for me. Maybe some people wanted an explanation for why Ethan could be healed, but I just generally assumed it was some sort of force of will or general Resident Evil foolishness.
Literally what I just said. It's just Resident Evil being Resident Evil. It's like, why can you heal being bit in the neck and you're bleeding out with a green herb? Like,
Ethan then wakes up in the back
by
of the
Wild Thing,
carriage,
take care.
saved by the merchant that's been helping him this entire
Forget the Mole was helping him heal back in 7 release. We just never knew how much. Yeah.
Because he knew that's where he would want to go.
Part of my thing was so simple with his reaction in 7.
Yeah. This will most likely be the end
Probably.
for Ethan, since his body is starting to fall apart at this point.
I owe you one.
Mr. Winters, I'm afraid you can't return to your old world any longer. Are you ready?
When he got his hand cut off, he just poured liquid on it. It's better. Yep.
Yeah. I have to be.
We can head up to the ceremony site for our final last stand. Miranda has completed the ritual, but Rose has been brought back, and Ethan snatches her from Miranda's arms. She takes the child once more and transforms, and we have a final boss fight with her. This fight is absolutely insane.
I really liked it.
Deformed, gangly Miranda jumps around like a spider, summons fireballs from the sky, and flies around at us. It's moments like this that I have to ask, is this even Resident Evil anymore?
No, this fight is absolutely not Resident Evil. Did it fit the scope of this game? I think it did. And I had a lot of fun with it. It was a hell of a lot better than the final boss fight from Resident Evil 7, I'll tell you that much.
And you know what? I don't know the answer. Miranda is actually quite the long and difficult battle. Once again, I do enjoy the visuals of this, and aesthetically it looks very inspired.
Yeah.
But I'm not sure that it feels right for this game. After Miranda dies,
It does feel weird. But like I said, it is a much better final boss fight than Resident Evil 7's.
as Rose is safe. Ethan is barely hanging on at this point, and Chris rushes in to save the two of them. Chris brings Ethan across the bridge. They have to get out of there before he sets off the bombs, and they need to go off soon because the mold
Just
is
makes the
spreading.
actual fight and Ethan tripping the hell
can't
out during
continue
it.
on, though.
Probably.
It's clear that his body is failing him. We get an emotional goodbye here as Ethan trusts the safety of his daughter to Chris, and he walks back into the mold to set off the explosives.
You tell yourself. Oh, come on, it's not that much further.
It is very sad. It's got me choking up a little bit too when I played it.
It's over. Teach her to be strong.
Chris arrives back at the helicopter, giving Rose to Mia and tells the pilot to head out. Mia is, of course, still expecting Ethan to arrive.
Yeah, the
and
jacket,
Chris has to
yeah.
give her the bad news. Then there's a really weird open-ended thing here. One of the Wolfhound unit
this
captured
part.
a BSAA soldier that died on the ground. Apparently, the BSAA were using bioweapons masquerading as soldiers.
I don't think this is ever going to get answered because I'm pretty sure Resident Evil 9 is not going to touch on this at all. Because Leon typically doesn't have anything to do with the BSAA. That's more of Chris's thing. Grace is part of the FBI. Leon is kind of part of the Secret Service. Is usually he's a secret agent kind of thing. We're probably not going to get anything about this, which means it's probably just never going to get brought up again, unless we get Resident Evil 10 and it's about Chris. You know.
Chris is obviously upset at.
I know there was something like this in Gun Survivor, but like, why bring it back? I don't freaking know. It won't touch again. Also, rip Ethan the goat. Yeah, Ethan's dead. They're a bioweapon. How the frick did it die? Oh, it's probably like it was a zombie sent in to be a soldier type thing, and then the zombie was killed by, you know, lichens and other things. Rose will show up in Act 3. Bet she can't. She's not old enough. Because Rose's DLC takes place, what is it, like 16 years after this? So it's like 2035 or something, or like 2036. And then with 2030X. Okay, yeah. But Resident Evil 9 Requiem is taking place in 2027 or 2026. So way too early for Rose to do anything.
But this is just never brought up again in the DLC or anything. Apparently in the original concept for the game, Chris was going to fight both Lycans and BSAA soldiers in the finale chapter, but they cut the BSAA from the ending. I'm not sure if they were intending to continue this idea in Resident Evil 9, but I guess we'll have to wait and see.
They won't.
For
There's
now,
no way.
It feels like that whole Blue Umbrella BSAA thing.
They brought back someone from a side game is nuts.
Just
Who even played
really
Outbreak.
out of place. The game ends as the
A lot of people played Outbreak, but the problem is not a lot of people played it online because the PS2 online was not well realized or actualized, and since there was never a Steam port or a PC port, it was really hard to maintain
credits repeat the sequence that we saw from the beginning, the Village of Shadows book. Having beaten the game, it's now obvious this story was foreshadowing what was to come and the lords that we would have to face in the game. We then see that an adult Rose is reading this book on a bus.
They never confirmed the canonical events of Outbreak either. I think it's like almost every event in Outbreak is air quotes could be canon, but there are some like weird spin-off situations that aren't. Obviously, the only one that we have now confirmed is that Alyssa Ashcroft survived. So
visits her father's grave and is
Bring
called
my PS2
away
hat
by
online,
some sort
yeah.
of agent nearby. He refers to Rose as Eveline as a joke, and Rose puts him in his place. The agent then tells her that she's a lot like her dad, and she's clearly happy that he said this. We then see the car drive off in the distance, with someone walking down the road beside them. The game ends with one sentence. The father's story is now done.
This always makes me laugh too, because if you go into like the game's files, this is actually Ethan's model. But it is confirmed Ethan is dead, so this is not actually Ethan, but it is Ethan's model. Yeah, it is Ethan's model. So like if you zoom in, you can see it. PS2 had an online what? Like it had online like multiplayer functionality. It was just when people were starting to experiment with it. People swore up and down that Ethan would be an RE9. No, we knew it was done from there. I was actually really kind of excited because as much as I liked Ethan and I liked the conclusion for this, I was pretty content with how they ended it. Resident Evil 8 was my first Resident Evil on Switch. Hey, I hope you enjoyed it. Resident Evil is such an amazing franchise, and this is the last reaction video that we're doing for it because we've played through all of them and watched all the videos now. I thought it would be a trilogy, but a duology is still fine. I think the DLC kind of closes it though, you know?
The game ends with one sentence. The father's story is now done. As a whole, Resident Evil Village is just sort of all over the place in terms of story. I'll talk more broadly about it in the final thoughts section.
I liked it,
but the story specifically is just not nearly as focused as Resident Evil 7 was. I wouldn't exactly say I'm biased here because I loved RE7 and I really also loved Resident Evil 4. But RE7 is great at what it does because it's trying to be one thing, to hone in on an atmosphere and tone and really nail that specific style. In a way, Resident Evil 4 does this as well too. It's much more action heavy, but it also drip feeds horror in where it can.
Okay, I see where you're coming from.
Resident Evil 4 was never trying to be both action and horror. It was trying to be an entertaining action experience while also having good horror moments.
Yeah, horror moments is probably the best way of putting it. I do see what they're saying. I think I agree with that. And as much as I like talk up RE Village, I'll still probably concur and agree that RE7 is still the better of the two. But man, there's something about playing RE8 though, which is like, I just really like RE8, like playing it. Which of the lords is your favorite to fight? I mean, Donna doesn't really have a fight. What's it called? Heisenberg's is a set piece. And Moreau's has the really stupid mechanic of needing to hide while he's spitting up acid. So I'll just say Domitrescu.
Resident Evil 8's failure is that it tries to have its cake and eat it too. It attempts to both give the player a
vastly better to play.
Specific
I think that's the big thing. That's vastly better to play.
Creating sequences that lend themselves to larger action set pieces. This leaves the game feeling like multiple different projects rather than one solidified idea.
I can kind of agree with that.
That doesn't mean that the game itself is bad.
I can agree
I'd
with
rather
that.
play Village than Resident Evil 6 any day of the week.
True.
But it does have its fair share of problems.
Agreed.
And by the last hour of the story, it feels like the team is just throwing everything out there to see what works. Ethan is dead, but Ethan's also been dead the whole time, but now he's really dead.
Now he's really
Chris
dead.
is a bad guy, but also he's not, but now he has to go against the BSAA. Mia is dead, but also she's not.
But also
Rose
she's
is
not.
alive, but now she's grown up and she's training with some sort of organization.
With Chris.
It's just a lot of random stuff that doesn't really feel necessary to the story. Part of why RE7 worked so well was because its story wasn't super connected to the rest of the franchise.
Yeah,
it felt like we were an
it was a
outsider.
standalone.
And when Chris appeared at the end of the game, it solidified that feeling even more. Resident Evil 8 now feels like we're clued into the series once again, and we're involved, rather than just being some person trying to
I
save
see
their
what you're
family.
saying. I do kind of agree there. Because Resident Evil 8 does very much try to be like, we're a Resident Evil game. You know, the ties that they tried to make to Umbrella, Chris and his organization being around, the BSAA being around, and that kind of capacity. Absolutely do feel that. Resident Evil 7 was definitely more focused. It had a smaller scope, which meant the writing was better. I do still think, though, that RE7 has its fair share of problems. Like, the boat is really bad, and the mine is kind of not amazing. But I will agree that 7's scope being smaller and not tied to the rest of the Resident Evil franchise makes it way stronger. Where did the second card come from?
Before I talk about my thoughts on the overall game, we have to talk about the DLC first. Capcom released the Winter's expansion, which included 3 main pieces of content. The first of which was a third-person mode that let you experience Resident Evil Village outside of Ethan's eyes and from over his shoulder. The second was an update to the Mercenaries mode for the game, which added a few characters into this extra mode.
I never went back and played this variant. But you can play as Heisenberg, you can play as Dimitrescu, you can play as like other people.
The third piece of content here in a moment, but first I'd like to talk about how this version of Mercenaries plays. In previous Mercenaries iterations, the goal was essentially to fight for as long as you could. By moving around an arena and killing enemies, you would gain time added to your counter. Keeping a longer combo meant a higher score.
Not a big Mercenaries player.
Collecting time extensions meant more time to add to that score. This version of Mercenaries has changed that formula a bit. Instead of competing until our time runs out, we instead need to speed run through levels to try and get the highest score.
I think that's the part that I didn't like, because eventually you get to a point where you need to min-max. You need to min-max your routing, where it's like you have to go this direction to this direction to this direction, kill this enemy, kill them in this way. And if they give you a weird pattern that doesn't let you kill them in that way, restart.
It's also best to do this with the highest combo possible, meaning that this Mercenaries mode is essentially more about getting to know the spawn points of enemies in their fixed locations
than
actually dealing with waves of enemies in a big arena. I definitely don't mind the change as much as some others did, but I do prefer the previous Mercenaries design to this one.
Yeah.
With the new structure, there is effectively a ceiling on how much you can play this mode, because once you get the quickest time, with the optimal path and all the enemies killed in one combo, you're basically done.
Yeah.
There is some variety here, though, in the characters that the Winter's expansion adds. The only original character that we could play as was Ethan, which doesn't make the mode that fun, honestly.
Yeah, I remember not enjoying it a lot.
Chris, Heisenberg, and Lady Dimitrescu. Chris mostly plays like he does in the main game, but the other 2 characters have entirely unique movesets and playstyles. Heisenberg does not use guns. He wields a giant hammer as his main weapon.
Hammer.
His other weapons are a saw blade that can be charged for better effect, using his magnetic powers to grab heaps of scrap and launch them at enemies.
That's pretty cool.
Or summoning a Soldat jet to come down and launch itself forward, effectively killing any enemy in its path.
Ooh.
Throughout each run, we can also grab blue orbs around
pretty cool.
arenas that will allow us to alter certain character attributes.
Right.
We can do more damage with knives, we can get higher defense, etc. But each of the extra characters have their own specific traits that can be adjusted. My favorite for Heisenberg was the one that allowed his saw blades to ricochet. Lady Dimitrescu does not use guns either, but instead uses her large claw swipes as her main weapon. She has an interesting...
Bro, she's looking down. That's so funny because she's so much
every
bigger.
Time she attacks in combat, and once it's all the way full, we can summon one of her daughters to automatically attack enemies around the battlefield.
She just threw a chair. Or a bureau.
She also can throw a massive vanity at her foes to do a ton of damage. Both of these characters are just a great, fun time, and they honestly should have been there from the beginning.
I agree.
I think the Mercenaries mode in general is decent. It certainly doesn't stack up to the Resident Evil 4 remake or the Resident Evil 5 modes, but it's good for what it is. The final piece of DLC released for Resident Evil 8 was a story expansion called Shadows of Rose.
There it is.
In this expansion, we play Rose, fighting off new enemies in some previously visited areas of the main game. The DLC begins in the park as Rose is meeting someone named Kay. Kay's real name is Charlie, and he's one of the members of the Hound Wolf unit. Rose tells Charlie that she doesn't want any part of the operations that Chris is running.
Lady D going
Charlie
WWE
says
route,
he's just here to check in with her.
Heisenberg his hammer, so glorious in action,
yeah. Rose sort of opens up about the fact that she gets bullied at school and doesn't really have any friends.
Yeah, I mean,
Charlie says
I'd imagine being like a bioweapon,
powers, which
you know?
she obviously wants because it's the sole reason that she faces ridicule at all. Charlie takes her to a lab and tells her that he found some notes from Miranda's lab that talks about a purifying crystal that could remove her powers. Charlie has a small remnant of the megamycete in this lab, and Rose may be able to use her connection to the mold to travel into this fragment and walk through the memories stored within.
I loved this as a concept because this was just plausible enough that I wasn't like, what? Like, I was like, oh yeah, that makes sense. You know, memories stored in the mutamycete. Yeah, totally makes sense. I get it. I'm here. You know? Like, it's still absurd. It's still very over the top. It's still very Resident Evil, but I wasn't completely lost.
It's kind of confusing, but basically this comes from something that Miranda said in the main game.
Exactly.
That the mold keeps a record of everything.
That.
The beings that it comes in contact with and the ones
Welcome
that it
back, Rabbit
infects.
Van.
So
Literally
Rose
hive mind,
can
yes.
effectively go into this record and explore it. Rose does this and free falls down past windows and memories of people bullying her. She quickly finds herself back in the lab, but she's alone now. As she exits this room, she finds herself in a dungeon, one very much like the castle from the main game. Journeying through this dungeon, she eventually...
It's so weird to see things in third person. Like, I played this already as well, but...
She finds a woman trapped behind a door and goes to look for a key to get her out. Downstairs, she encounters some type of goop that's slowly taking over the castle. Unlocking the door, she finds a child's drawing inside and is almost captured by the goop, but the woman saves her, and it appears to be Rose herself. The other Rose starts heading off, and we follow her. We eventually find a bunch of other Roses trapped in different cells. We try to help the girl escape, but they start to chase us through the castle. Just as Rose is about to be captured, she is assisted by a yellow light that opens the way forward. In this castle proper now, this light starts to write messages to her on the floor. It makes
Haka! Oh my gosh, hi Haka. Welcome in. Hi Raiders. Hi everybody. Hi guys, my name is Roy Chiato, like a macchiato. I'm a coffee-fueled bunny host. I'm a professional voice actor, and I love working out. In case you couldn't tell. Welcome guys. Ka indeed. Hi Hakitos. Bienvenidos a mi stream. Me llamo Roy Chiato. It's nice to have you all here. I'm sure you guys have seen me plenty of times before. Haka, how's your stream? What are you up to tonight? Hi Haka. Let me get you a... I guess I just don't... I keep forgetting to make you VIP just because... You know, I did some Minecraft. I played Minecraft yesterday. Yippee! We do love that. We do love that. Oh, and I saw you were playing Left 4 Dead with Zanny and Vane. I hope that went well too. Yippee! Big love, homie. Big love. We are reacting to a retrospective video of Resident Evil 8 Village because we have been going through the entirety of the main series of Resident Evil. We finished every single main series game, and we finished Resident Evil 8 Village like a week and a half ago, 2 weeks. So yeah, now that we're done with that, we're watching this last video that kind of goes into the behind the scenes stuff, talks about stuff that we may not have known, and a lot of good stuff like that. I suck so much of those games, but we ball. You have to show me sometime. Yeah. Hope it goes well. I appreciate it. Thank you so much. And thank you for bringing all the Hakitos over here. I appreciate you, homie. Thank you.
It's clear that it's trying
So we're in the DLC now called Shadows of Rose.
While she still can. Rose's goal through this is to find the purifying crystal to get rid of her powers. The light tells her that its name is Michael, and this will be our sort of
guardian angel
/ helper for the DLC.
Leave now.
It's probably one of the coolest design choices in this expansion, and really gives it a distinct vibe over the rest of the game.
Over the rest of the franchise, I think Shadows of Rose is such a unique piece of Resident Evil history that not any other piece of Resident Evil plays like Shadows of Rose. I really enjoyed it. I know some people didn't. I loved it. I thought it was really cool.
It gives it a storybook style that the intro to the main
Group
game
of Roses
had.
is called the Bouquet.
We leave this room and end up heading for the main hall where we find the Duke, or some version of him that's caught in this megamycete fragment, terrorizing one of the other Roses.
Gross.
He has the purifying crystal, but Rose is pretty quickly noticed, and we have to make our escape. We get prevented from leaving.
I love it. She just falls through the door like,
Rose is pretty quickly
wow, it's the
noticed,
crystal.
And we have to
Oops. Bro, what a terrible snake.
Our escape. We get prevented from leaving the castle because the goop has
That's not
spread
my
too
Duke.
far,
I agree.
And Michael
I concur. I'm
materializes
with
a
you.
gun for us to
I'm
defend
with you. I'm
ourselves
with you.
We won't get many weapons during this expansion, mostly because it's so short. But this DLC makes a point
What is it?
of
The
restricting
handgun,
ammo
shotgun,
resources
and a rifle?
even more than the main game
Point
does.
and shoot.
This actually makes it terrifying, and coupled with the new enemy design and atmosphere, I would argue that it's more effective at horror than most of the main game is. That doesn't mean that the
pretty nuts.
expansion doesn't have its drawbacks,
Torn.
but at certain
Hi,
points
hon.
it is straight
How
up
are you?
terrifying. This works
The light turned into a gun. There's a lot of stuff like that in this DLC. It's actually something that I really enjoy because it is essentially like a dreamscape. So there's a lot of like, well, if I can believe it, I can make it real.
exceptionally well
So.
because we don't have much ammunition, and every shot that we take
Just
actually
sleepy.
matters.
Oh,
Back in the main
torn.
hall, we can find the purifying crystal locked away in a cage. We need to find 3 masks to unlock it, which
Wow,
is
3
basically the same
masks.
overarching puzzle that we have to solve in the main game.
That's crazy.
And talking about one of this DLC's greatest strengths leads me to talking about one of its biggest weaknesses.
Going back
It
to the
just
same
repeats
stuff.
so much of the structure from the
Yeah.
main game. I understand having to reuse a lot of the areas and assets from the main game, but at certain points
Yeah.
we'll follow almost the same exact path through the castle that we do in Village, even finding critical items in the same rooms that we did before. It just really makes the expansion feel like more of a reskin of the main game rather than a short sequel to the story.
There are also just some parts that I just didn't have as much fun with. There's like a stealth section for Donna's like thing where if you just get spotted, it's just a game over type thing. And it was just annoying.
Heading outside, we can find our first mask, but it's
But that's down
trapped
to
by the
later.
goop, so we need to break the core that's generating the goop. We need some sort of amplifier to use Rose's powers, so we head
Gotta
into
make her
one of the
powers
nearby
stronger.
buildings. We find this amplifier upstairs in the attic. It looks shockingly similar to the jars that Rose was kept in during the main game, but focusing on it unlocks Rose's first
Imagine
power.
that. Acid flips and Resident Evil with the RE engine. It's more likely than you think.
You can now focus and destroy these cores that are placed around the map. This will remove the goop that's associated with them and allow us to retrieve items or
Ugh.
travel to different areas. We'll also be
Break
able to
core
shortly
like the
use this
music?
in
No.
combat. By focusing on enemies, we can effectively freeze or stun them for a few seconds, which allows us to get some shots off before they attack again. We can only do this as many times as we have bars in our power meter filled, though, and these can only be recovered by consuming these white herbs that we find around the mansion.
White herbs as
After
opposed to
heading back
green
outside,
herbs.
we can get the first mask and take it back to the statue.
I do like that the masks are at least like a little different looking comparatively to the masks from Ethan's story.
One thing that I liked about the Michael character's inclusion in this game is the fact that we can optionally stop in this dining room where he will materialize ammo and healing items for us. We can decide to even speak with him a little more and get a small conversation between him and Rose. After we place the first mask, we head to the other parts of the mansion to get our powers upgraded, and also to find
Always gotta be looking
keys
for those
that let us
upgrades.
gain
Upgrades, people, upgrades.
some extra items and access different doors that we couldn't before.
It's so weird to think, like, you kind of need to play this too for the complete story, but it does kind of end the same anyway.
We can eventually get the next mask by heading toward Lady Dimitrescu's room
Oh.
and solving a similar puzzle to the one we solved in the main game. This allows us to access the basement where we are assaulted by a ton of these mystery monsters, and an even larger one appears that we definitely can't fight yet. Throughout this
I remember trying to fight this thing and realizing it could not be killed,
entire
and I was
journey,
really
we can
frustrated.
also see a ton of other Rose bodies and find notes marking their journey through this hell. It seems they were all trying to seek the purifying crystal, walking this path over and over again to no avail. After placing the second mask, we can get an upgraded key and unlock the shotgun, finally upgrading our offensive a little bit. This allows us to journey into a building off to the side of the courtyard, which sees us solving a puzzle where we drop furniture into the goop to make a platform.
This is what I remember. I was thinking about this during when we were playing the piano to get the iron key in Ethan's story, and I was like, oh man, when do we have to drop the furniture? And I just totally I didn't even say it out loud, I don't think, when I was playing it, because it was just It was just like a stray thought. This is when you had to do it. Okay.
And grab the final mask. As soon as we grab it, though, a large monster appears behind Rose and captures her. She wakes up in a cell, and the Duke lords over her through a TV, inviting her to play a sort of game to get out. The Duke summons pods all over the room, but only one of them is the one we need to destroy, and we only have a few minutes before we're swallowed up by the goop. Luckily, Michael helps us out here by directing us toward the correct pod, except that he's really bad at it because I did not understand his directions at all. This allows us to escape the dungeons and place the...
I love that it's, oh man, he sucks at this. But you can just, I think you could just do all of them eventually.
Final mask, giving
Hey,
Rose
take care,
a
Rabbit
prize,
Man. Bye-bye.
the purifying crystal. But the Duke reveals that this was all a ruse. The crystal was a replica. He then summons more goop, and she is sucked into it, waking up back in the dungeons.
She's what, into the goop? Sucked into the goop?
Once again,
Sus indeed.
the Duke
agree.
lords over this arena
I concur.
as he summons the large monster that we've been running from this whole time. He has a large orange pod on his chest that we need to target, but he's quick. We eventually open up different parts of this arena and are even gifted with a power upgrade that adds another pod to our power bar. When we finally defeat him, the Duke covers the place in goop, and we have to run,
goop,
jumping off the side of the castle into the dark. This puts Rose back into a diving water hellscape, and she emerges on the other side in the snowy village outskirts.
This is the part that I remember not enjoying, just because, again, forced stealth does not always work.
Michael tells her that she's in a deeper stratum or layer of this thing. Michael tries to convince her to leave this whole thing, but Rose wants a normal life and is determined to see her powers gone. We head down the path in front of us, and on the way we see a small stuffed animal with a sign that says they know where the purifying crystal is.
I know where the
These
crystal
monkey stuffed
is.
animals will be a recurring item throughout this section of the game.
Because it was the monkeys that Rose had when she was like a baby. It was like her favorite toy. So we actually see it in like the opening scenes too, when you're taking Rose to her room.
It's pretty clear at this point that we're heading to the Beneviento house.
Yeah.
Because this section, just like the previous one, is basically a repeat of Ethan's time in this area.
Yeah.
Rose heads through the house and finds notes that are
Right, the
just
monkey toy,
actual
exactly.
journal entries of hers. She finds all sorts of things that could only come from her own memories. We find the purifying crystal, but it is pretty quickly snatched away. Of course, we have to solve a puzzle with a bear on the table, cutting it open to access another.
Yeah, they yoink her stuff again, so you have to do the puzzles here.
This whole thing culminates in a puzzle where we have to assemble dolls in various ways to recreate Rose being bullied at school, and eventually construct a scene where she is being burned alive. This part is mostly fine, but it also feels like this whole DLC just really wants to hammer home the fact that Rose was bullied.
Yeah, you're reminded of it like a lot. And like I said, this part isn't the part that I had the problem with. It's the part after this that I'm like, ooh.
I understand it's a central part for motivation, but it feels like it's very overused in this DLC, and we could have had a break from it at certain points. Rose eventually heads back to the elevator after hearing a voice on the phone tell her that her mother will be upset if she finds out that she's helping Rose. This leads to probably the best section in this entire DLC. We run into the doll of Mia that we deconstructed.
Oh, I actually forgot about this part.
But instead of representing Ethan's wife, it is now representing Rose's mother. This maternal figure is stalking us around the house, but this only happens when we aren't looking at it.
I actually forgot about this.
Look at it to move around the house. And
I totally forgot. Yeah.
Such. This part is
this was
so
awesome.
well done. It's just absolutely terrifying. The animations on the character are creepy and stilted.
Yeah.
The glowing eyes stand out well in the
Weeping
dark.
Angel.
I loved it. It caught me really off guard because at a certain point, you have to retrace your steps through the house, and another doll appears behind you.
Another
as
two
you're walking
dolls.
backwards,
Yeah.
and you can't even see it. Also, trying to manage looking at more than one of these things while moving is just intense.
Yeah.
Rose eventually makes
great.
her way through and gets back to the elevator, but another labyrinth has been constructed for her.
This is Nightmare
Rose is now
Fuel. It's
tiny,
the best way.
doll-sized.
There we
heading
go.
through the
This is the part that I really, really, really dislike. This is my least favorite part of the DLC.
Beneviento house. This is basically a big stealth section where we have to
Yep.
avoid the doll's gaze and try to access different pods to gain a way forward. This section wasn't as scary for me, but it was at least a unique usage of the previous assets. You almost don't even realize that you're in the same areas because you're looking at them from a
different
new
perspective.
angle,
Yeah.
the floor. Making it all the way through the house, we are eventually chased by the mother doll again
and
end up in
Rebels.
the bedroom.
Aye.
Escaping the house, we are bullied by dolls that make fun of
Because she's a freak.
her about being like Ethan. She talks to Michael about the fact that she didn't even know her dad. Michael then has something to show her. Rose reappears back in the winter home in the same area that we started Resident Evil Village in.
Yeah, you get to
Rose
explore it
vaguely
again.
remembers this home, and we can interact with a lot of the things that we interacted with as Ethan. As we interact with these objects, we can hear Ethan's voice narrating these things. As she moves through the house, she's learning more and more about the father that she never got to know. She finds a letter upstairs that her father wrote to her, and it's a very emotional moment.
Happy half-birthday, Rose. My gift to you is a promise. I'll always be there for you, no matter what.
But just as this happens, Eveline appears and sucks Rose back into the Beneviento house.
And this was dope because it's like Evelyn's the villain again in like a good way. Like again, she's here again. And it makes sense because, you know, Mutamycete, memories of the people, Evelyn's part of it.
If you're wondering why Eveline is back at this point, it's basically because her consciousness was still in the mold, inside of the Megamycete. Even though she is gone from the rest of the world, her consciousness, or at least some part of it, is still running around in this last remnant of the mold.
Yeah.
Eveline says that the crystal is not here, and echoes what a lot of Rose's bullies have been saying to her this whole time.
No one loves you. And when you're dead, no one will care.
Yeah.
We have to escape.
And it's just it's like the perfect culmination of her character too. Because like when you play through Resident Evil 7, Evelyn's big thing is that she wanted a family, specifically Mia and Ethan to be her mom and dad. And now Rose is their daughter. And Evelyn's like, you bitch, you stole them from me. I teared up over that. It's also so good to see. You can see Rose's face going red from crying. Yeah, absolutely.
This house and Eveline, but we're eventually helped out as Michael uses his weird light powers to restrict her. We have a boss fight with Eveline upstairs. It's sort of a throwback to how we dealt with her in RE7. She floats and sends energy blasts towards us, but we have to use barricades around the room to avoid them. We can weaken her.
I remember
with our
not loving
powers,
that
and
one,
eventually
but
it seems like Eveline has given up, but she attacks once more, and Michael comes to save us.
And I will never let you have what you want!
Rose, look out!
There he is!
Don't give up, Rose. Find that crystal.
Oh,
So
there
this
he
is the big
is.
reveal for Shadows of Rose, that Michael, this disembodied voice that has been helping us the entire time, was actually Ethan. I figured this out pretty early on in the DLC.
I feel like it's not a well-kept secret. It is you're very much supposed to know, but having the confirmation still feels like, oh, like that kind of mentality.
Because I noticed that the voice was questioning whether Rose was okay far too often and checking in with her general state quite a lot.
Yeah.
It just seemed like something only a parent would do. I'm not sure how obvious it was to other people.
It was
but
pretty
it was
obvious.
pretty obvious to me.
Yeah.
I don't hate the reveal itself, but most of my criticism for this story just comes from the overall idea, which we'll get into once the DLC is finished.
That's fair. That's fair.
Rose
that's fair.
ends up back in the village, realizing that
just for
Michael
Rose,
is
not us.
actually
Yeah.
Ethan. We have to head through the village, now alone since we don't have the voice to protect us. We basically trace the same path here that Chris did in his section of the game. We see copies of Rose being birthed from a giant heart in the caves. Some notes nearby will
Giant
fully flesh out
Mutamycete.
the idea of how the Megamycete memories work and showcase the fact that Miranda, who is still alive in the mold, has been trying to replicate Rose's powers down here to no avail. She eventually decided that she would lure the real Rose here and just use the original instead of a copy.
And that's kind of like the big reveal there, is that this is all part of Miranda's plan, because Miranda is still alive and active in the Megamycete. like kind of mentality. And I actually really like this as a reveal because the concept of like their consciousness is still there because hive mind, and that she's always a constant looming threat.
This is how this whole thing came to be. Miranda.
I do not like this plot point. I kind of did. I was here for it.
Pretended to be Charles and convinced Rose to enter the Megamycete fragment in the hopes that she could get rid of her powers.
Yeah.
Rose eventually finds her way to the ceremony site and gains the purifying crystal. This gets rid of her powers. Finally, her goal has been completed, but Miranda shows up to ruin her party. She reveals that Rose didn't get rid of her powers, but effectively gave them up to Miranda. Ethan then appears in full, not just a disembodied writing on the wall. Something I haven't talked about at all is the fact that we never see Ethan's face.
This is the closest we
RE7.
get, I think.
We don't see what he looks like at all, and we don't really see it in Resident Evil 8 either. You'll notice every shot at the end of the game is positioned to make Ethan's face stay out of the frame.
Because they wanted it to be a self-insert. That way people could see themselves as Ethan and feel more connected with him. Which is kind of funny. Like, by not showing his face, you feel more connected.
This was sort of a meme when RE7 came out, and it seems like they kind of played into it with RE8. They would eventually reveal Ethan's face fully, but I honestly didn't mind not showing his face entirely.
Yeah.
It's kind of dumb considering the fact that, especially in this DLC, we see the bottom half of his face so much.
Yeah.
But I thought it was nice that they kind of stuck to their guns here. On the other hand, if you're going to actually characterize Ethan instead of him just being a blank slate for the character to project themselves onto, then you might as well just show his face.
I'll agree with that at that point. Probably should have just had a moment where they actually revealed his face with the DLC, I think. I preferred the version of his face from 7. I think I like this one more because he seems more grown up, but I mean, obviously passage of time, becoming a father, that kind of thing, so...
Ethan helps Rose escape, saying that he finally found a way to get her out of here, but Miranda eventually catches up to them. Ethan decides to sacrifice himself once again, hoping that Rose can have a normal life. But of course, Rose wants to save her father and decides to break the crystal, re-accepting her powers so that she can fight off Miranda. We then have a final boss battle with Miranda. Her movements are mostly the same as when we fought her
I
with
like
Ethan,
this fight.
but this time we can use some especially souped up Rose powers
Because it felt
to do some
so
neat tricks.
cathartic.
Ethan eventually gives his powers to Rose as well, and she uses this combination to destroy Miranda once and for all. Ethan is now dying once again because he doesn't have the power to survive in the Megamycete anymore, or something. Who knows at this point?
I think it's like he used the power of his consciousness to essentially boost Rose's powers in here, and it's too much of a strain on the consciousness. So I don't know. That's kind of how I assumed it, you know.
There's a
Let him
very
make the
emotional scene
sacrifice.
here where Rose gets to say goodbye to her dad, and Ethan gets to see his daughter all grown up.
I've always watched over you. I'm so sorry I couldn't protect you.
All you've ever done is protect me.
So, listen.
Yeah.
I'm not exactly a curmudgeon. I like a good emotional scene every
Yeah.
once in a while. Hell, I like a lot of emotional scenes, if they're done right.
Wait, I'm feeling a butt coming on. Oh no.
But this DLC,
God damn it.
honestly feels like it was made for tier farming. I'm not really trying to be
Okay, that's not fair.
cynical, but this scene and the scene where Rose is reading the letter just didn't really fit for me. Honestly, the whole concept of the DLC is really my biggest criticism, that this just wasn't really necessary at all. You could argue that it was made to introduce Rose's character to the audience, but this DLC takes place in 2037.
Yeah.
And the next game in the series seems like it'll take place in modern day.
Yeah.
So I don't think Rose is going to be used again, at least not anytime soon.
I think that's fair. I do understand.
This DLC was clearly made as a capstone on the Ethan Winters saga and the Winters family saga in general, but it really just wasn't necessary. The main game was a perfectly...
Was it necessary? No. Did I get emotional about it? Absolutely.
fine send-off for the character. Ethan got to be the valiant martyr at the end of the day and save both his wife and his daughter. This really is all just so that he can have one more conversation with his daughter and say goodbye, but there really wasn't a reason for it. Rose ends up back in the real world.
I mean, I thought it was good. I think it was good writing. I think the conversations they had and it being good writing and not marring or messing up the ending that they gave Resident Evil 8, I think that justifies it enough. Did it need to exist? No. Am I glad that it did? I had fun with it. I enjoyed the story. I liked the interactions between Rose and her father. I liked it.
With her dad's wedding band. We then end up seeing the exact same scene that we saw at the end of RE8 after the credits, where Rose visits Ethan's grave and gets picked up by whatever organization Chris is working for.
Yeah, well,
this was
Blue
one
Umbrella.
of the best things that I thought the DLC did, was recontextualize this scene. I thought this scene was all right at the end of Village, but literally every single line made more sense with the context of the DLC.
See, now he understands. I'm with you now.
In the rear view.
We have a situation. You're needed, Evelyn.
Don't you ever call me that again.
Whoa, it's just a joke, Rose.
What a messed up
I can
joke.
show you things even Chris doesn't know I can do.
I didn't even realize this scene takes place after the DLC until it started playing. I just assumed it came first and everything we were seeing was chronological.
Yeah.
The expansion ends with Rose driving off down the dirt path and the figure walking next to the car.
Welcome
and
back.
I would have to assume this is Ethan, somehow watching over his daughter, even now.
And we did confirm it is in fact Ethan. If you zoom in on the character model, it is Ethan's character model, but unfortunately, Capcom did confirm at the very least that Ethan is dead and will not ever come back.
Shadows of Rose, for what it is fine.
Thank
sure,
you.
it recycles a lot of
Good.
the areas from the main game, and it has a mostly unnecessary story, but the actual meat of the game, the gameplay, is pretty damn good.
Yeah.
A lot of it had me on the edge of my seat because I was genuinely scared. It did resource restriction very well. The enemies were imposing, every healing item and bullet genuinely mattered, and the atmosphere was expertly handled. It definitely wasn't my favorite, and we probably didn't need it, but it was mostly fine for what it is.
Yeah.
Resident Evil Village as a whole, though, is a game
now we
that
can talk
doesn't
about the
really
whole
seem like
thing.
it knows what it wants to be. It can't decide whether it wants to land on the side of action or horror or even both.
I
Or
feel
maybe
that.
it knows exactly what it wants to be, but it just can't quite achieve it. It's strange because the team behind Village never stated that they wanted to recreate the feeling that made Resident Evil 4 special. They wanted to make a game that combined the best parts of Resident Evil 7 and 4. And these games are just so at odds with each other.
They are.
Resident Evil 7 is
I think that's a big problem too, is because the games are so different. RE7 is such a story-focused, small-scoped, like mostly horror game. Mostly. Where RE4 is cheesy action, B action over the top. With some horror elements, very entertaining, very high action, lot of stuff like that. And combining those two things, it can work, but it can be a little awkward trying to find that.
mostly set in a location, a group of small homes with cramped hallways and not a lot of enemies. The game restricts your ammo to make combat more impactful. Resident Evil 4 is set in a lot of larger locations with big open areas that allow for more fast-paced combat to take place. It provides
going to be more
ample
horror and story focused
ammunition
when they
because
announced
good
it.
combat encounters
I get
are
that.
more important to that game than scaring the player. It's trying to mix oil and water, and honestly, I think the team did a much better job with oil and water than I would have expected.
Yeah.
Because
it is kind of funny when you think about it like that. When you look at like what the proposition was of trying to combine the best parts of RE4 and the best parts of RE7, those games are so different. So, yeah.
Village isn't a bad game by any means. It's a decent game, but it doesn't reach the heights that it aspires to, at least not as a whole. In the places that it does manage to reach those heights, it's mostly visual. Every enemy, every character, every boss in
the
this
visual
game
aesthetic.
is expertly designed. Each of the lords are unique, and where Resident Evil 7 deals in subtlety, Village deals in excess. Every character is over the top, either grotesque or large or super powered or freakish or a literal god. These designs are all beautiful. The environments are fantastic.
Agreed.
And this is one of the most distinct games that's been released in the series thus far.
Big agree. And I think it's why Resident Evil 8 Village is so memorable for so many different characters, and why Dimitrescu especially stands out so much comparatively to some of the other villains that we've had in the Resident Evil franchise. She's over the top, she's well acted, her environments were great, her boss fight's great, the stalker mechanic is great. So, yeah.
You can instantly picture exactly what this game looks like and the characters in it the moment its name is mentioned.
Yep.
That at least gives the game staying power.
Yes.
But a lot of the rest of the game just doesn't stand out as much. The picture that the game gives you is not nearly as good as the actual product. A lot of the combat feels underwhelming. A lot of the areas are either too long or too short. The game...
Yeah, like Donna's house is too short, the factory is too long. Oh my
is
gosh.
sectioned off, but each of these sections feels so distinct that you will forget they're in the same game. This is good in a way because it makes each of the characters feel more separate and unique, but it also leaves the game feeling disjointed and less cohesive as a result.
We did talk about that before, where RE7 definitely focused more on a singular story and strong segments as opposed to combining the best parts of multiple Resident Evils. Yeah. You see the Packers lose to the Bears earlier? I'm not a big football person, so no, I did not.
The story in the first half of the game is pretty well done and carries a good structure to keep the player engaged.
Yeah.
With clear goals for the main character and motivations for the villains.
It's cricket?
You
Well, I don't watch
realize
cricket
the
either.
bounds and stakes of this almost foreign world. But by the end, you feel like you've been transported to an alien planet where those rules no longer apply and anything is possible.
Yeah.
We're fighting a flying godlike mold monster in an igloo of goop. It feels like the finale to an anime rather than Resident Evil.
I mean,
there are some touching moments, and
yeah.
there are some scary ones, but a lot of these feel kind of dwarfed by the moments that don't hit quite as hard or that feel too over the top. Resident Evil Village released to pretty great reviews from critics.
I was gonna say.
Most praised the new tone of the story and the atmosphere that the game created. It currently has an 84 out of 100 on Metacritic for the PS5 version of the game.
I think that's a pretty fair assessment. That's probably about where I would put it. I think that's about the score that 7 got as well. If I had to rate these two, like 7 and 8, I would say Village is like an 80 out of 100, whereas 7 is an 85 out of 100. Just a little bit better.
Fans were similarly impressed by the new game, and the sales reflected that. Village sold over 3 million units in its first 4 days on the market.
Which is an insane number. It is a wildly insane number.
By April 2025, the game had sold over 11 million units. It's clear that this new generation of Resident Evil games was a success for Capcom. Currently, the next entry in the series is set to be released early next year and seems to be once again going in a new direction. This is effectively breaking the cycle that I've laid out in these videos.
I'm so excited.
It seems like Capcom wanted to switch things up again before heading down a road that they've already been before. Or they just wanted to switch things up because the Winter story was a finished and closed chapter.
Yeah.
Who's to say? We won't know the answers to those questions for some time.
Perfect.
Wherever Capcom decides to take the series next,
Oh, I'm so excited.
I'll be there to check it out.
I'm so
Until
excited.
next time, bye, Dad.
Bye, son. Guys, remember to like, comment, subscribe on your favorite son's content. And as always, thank you for the amazing videos. So, damn, that is Connor's new video. Man, I have to watch this. I'll have to take a look at it. History of Kamen Rider. That's crazy. All right. Let's go ahead and ship it whip. Yippee! Hi, guys. Thank you all for joining me tonight on our last Resident Evil retrospective video. I'm so glad that we were finally able to kind of finish out the franchise, the main series games, and I love Resident Evil. I'm so glad to be able to share that passion with you guys. Obviously, it's not the same passion that I share with you when we talk about Power Rangers and things like that, but this is another franchise that does mean a lot to me and has always meant a lot to me. So I'm very happy to share that with you. Thanks for the stream, Roy. I'm so glad I was here for all of these games. I have a new series to love now. There we go. Yeah. It's awesome. It's awesome. But that is going to do it for me tonight. So I think we will end there. I'm going to raid into Vanta, who's playing some Genshin. He's probably also celebrating that he won a massive Elden Ring Night Rain tournament, which is awesome. Super happy for him. So let's go send him some hype and some love over on YouTube, guys. Remember, Vanta might have different rules than what I have for my chat, so make sure to follow his rules. Be thankful, be courteous, be kind, always rewind. And yeah, that's it for this week in terms of streams. So next week is going to be a little bit lighter because obviously holidays. But also remember, tomorrow night, we're going to be hanging out in my Discord. We're going to be watching the 3 most recent episodes of Kamen Rider Zets, because that's how far back I am. I'm 3 episodes behind. So we're going to go watch those. And then we will be probably playing some Resident Evil 8, probably trying to get more of the achievements that I'm missing and seeing how far we can go. So, yeah. So thank you guys for hanging out. I appreciate it. I'll probably post a new schedule soon. Oh, also new audio roleplay coming out tomorrow. I'm sure you guys may have seen it already. There is a waiting room up for it over on Cup of Dusk Voices. So if you're a fan of the audio roleplays and the voice acting I do, be sure to check it out, yeah? Okay? All right, guys. I will see you tomorrow in Discord. And if I don't see you tomorrow in Discord, then I will absolutely see you on Monday. Because after Monday, we're going to be taking a little bit of a small break. And then coming back with the Elden Ring Marathon. So, really exciting. Pretty Fox, thank you so much for this 17 months. I appreciate it. All right, guys. I will see you later. Have a good night. Bye-bye.